N began the third year of Hijrah. The expedition of Du Amr in Muharram, the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, led an expedition to Najd, intending to march against Ghatafan. He appointed Uthman as governor over Medina. He remained in Najd for the entire month of Safar and returned without engaging in battle. This was stated by Ibn Ishaq. As for al-Waqidi, he said it was in Rabi al-Awwal, and his absence was for 11 days. Then he related from his masters, from the successors Abdullah ibn Abi Bakr ibn Hazm and others, who said, "It reached the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, that a contingent of Ghatafan from the Banu Thalaba had gathered at Du Amr, intending to raid the outskirts of the Muslim lands, and God knows best." The expedition of Buhran ibn Ishaq said, "The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, remained in Medina during Rabi al-Awwal. Then he led an expedition with the intent of engaging the Quraysh." Abd al-Malik ibn Hisham said, "He reached Buhran, a mine in the Hijaz, and remained there for the entirety of Rabi al-Akhir and Jumada al-Ula, and Buhran is in the region of Al-Fur. Then he returned, having encountered no hostility." Al-Waqidi said, "The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, led an expedition against the Banu Sulaym at Buhran on the 6th of Jumada al-Ula, and Buhran is in the region of Al-Fur, between which and Medina are 8 stages of travel. He was absent for 10 nights. It had reached him that a contingent of Banu Sulaym was there, so he set out with 300 men. The expedition against Banu Qaynuqa ibn Ishaq mentioned it thus after the expedition of Al-Fur. As for Al-Waqidi, he said, it was on Saturday, the middle of Shawwal, 20 months after the Hijrah. He besieged them until the new moon of Dhu al-Qida. Al-Baqai said, Ibn Ishaq said, and part of their story is that the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, gathered them in the market of Banu Qaynuqa, and then said, O community of Jews, beware of God, lest a punishment like that which befell the Quraysh descend upon you. Submit to God, for you know well that I am a messenger sent forth. You find this in your scripture and in God's covenant with you. They replied, O Muḥammad, do you think that we are like your people? Do not be deluded by the fact that you encountered a people with no knowledge of warfare and seized an opportunity against them. By God, were you to wage war against us, you would surely know that we are the true men. From Ibn Abbas, who said, These verses were not revealed except concerning them. Say to those who are bent on denying the truth, You shall be overcome and gathered unto hell. 3:12. The 2 verses. Asim ibn Umar ibn Qatada related to me that the Banu Qaynuqa were the first of the Jews to break their treaty and wage war between the time of Badr and Uhud. He said, and from Abu Aun, who said, the affair of the Banu Qaynuqa began when an Arab woman came with some goods to sell in their market. She sat down by a goldsmith there. They began to demand that she unveil her face, but she refused. The goldsmith then went and tied the hem of her garment to her back. When she stood up, her nakedness was exposed, and they laughed. A man from among the Muslims leaped upon the goldsmith and killed him. The Jews then set upon the Muslim and killed him. This angered the Muslims, and strife erupted. Asim related to me, he said, So the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, besieged them until they surrendered to his judgment. Abdullah ibn Ubay ibn Salul, when God had given him power over them, rose and came to him, saying, O Muhammad, be gracious to my allies. The Prophet turned away from him. He then put his hand into the collar of the messenger of God's, peace and blessings be upon him, coat of mail. The messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said to him, angered, "Release me! Woe to you! Release me!" He replied, "By God, I will not release you until you are gracious to my allies, 400 unarmored men and 300 in armor, who have protected me from the red and the black. Will you mow them down in a single morning? By God, I am a man who fears the turns of fortune." The messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, "They are yours." My father Ishaq related to me from Ubadah ibn al-Walid, who said, "When the Banu Qaynuqa waged war against the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, Ibn Salul clung to their cause and stood in their defense. He said, and Ubadah ibn Samit walked to the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and he was one of the Banu Auf, who had from their alliance a bond similar to that of Ibn Salul, and he committed them to the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and absolved himself before God and his messenger of their alliance, saying, I take for my patrons God, his messenger, and the believers. And concerning him and Ibn Salul was revealed, O you who have attained to faith, do not take the Jews and the Christians for your allies. They are but allies of one another. 551. Until the words, and you will see those in whose hearts is a disease hastening to them, saying, we fear lest a turn of fortune befall us. 552. Until the words, behold, your only ally is God and his messenger, and those who have attained to faith. 555. And this was because of Ubadah's taking God and his messenger as his patrons. Al-Waqidi mentioned that the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, besieged them for 15 nights until the new moon of Dhu al-Qidah. They were the first of the Jews to commit treachery. They fought until God cast terror into their hearts, and they surrendered to his judgment, and that he should have their properties. He, peace and blessings be upon him, commanded that they be bound, and he appointed Al-Mundir ibn Qudama as-Salami from the Banu as-Salm to oversee their binding. Abdullah ibn Ubay then spoke to the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, concerning them, and pressed him insistently. He said, take them. He commanded that they be expelled from Medina, and Ubadah ibn Samit was entrusted with their removal. They went to Adriat, and their stay there was but brief. Muḥammad ibn Maslama was entrusted with seizing their properties. It was then divided into fifths, and the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, took from their weapons 3 swords, 2 coats of mail, and other items. The expedition against Banu and Nadir Mamar related from Az-Zuhri, from Urwa. The expedition against the Banu and Nadir, who were a faction of the Jews, took place 6 months after the event of Badr. Their dwellings and palm groves were in a district of Medina. The messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, besieged them until they surrendered on the condition of exile, and that they could take what their camels could carry, except for their weapons. Then was revealed, he it is who drove forth at the time of the first gathering those of the people of the Scripture who were bent on denying the truth. 59:2, and the verses that follow. So he exiled them to Syria. They were from a tribe that had never before suffered exile. God had decreed exile upon them, and were it not for that, he would have punished them in this world with death and captivity. And his saying at the time of the first gathering, 59:2. Their exile was the first gathering in this world toward Syria. Uqayl related this from Az-Zuhri as his own saying. Zayd ibn al-Mubarak as-Sanani provided a chain of transmission, saying, Muḥammad ibn Thawr related to us, from Ma'mar, from Az-Zuhri, from Urwa, from Aisha. The mention of Aisha in it is not preserved. Ibn Jurayj said from Musa ibn Uqba, from Nafi, from Ibn Omar, that the Jews of Banu an-Nadir and Qurayza wage war against the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him. He exiled the Banu an-Nadir and allowed the Qurayza to remain, granting them favour until they wage war after that. Al-Bukhari narrated this. Ma'mar related from Az-Zuhri, from Abdurrahman ibn Kab ibn Malik, from a man from among the companions of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, that the deniers of truth from Quraysh wrote to Ibn Ubay and those who worshipped idols with him from the Ayyus and the Khazraj before the event of Badr, saying, "You have given shelter to our man, and we swear by God you shall either fight him, or you shall expel him, or we shall march against you with our entire host, until we have killed your fighting men and taken your women as spoils." When this reached Abdullah ibn Ubay and his companions, they gathered to fight the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him. News of this reached him, so he met with them and said, "The threat of Quraysh has reached its limit with you. They could not conspire against you with anything greater than what you intend to conspire against yourselves. Do you intend to fight your own sons and brothers?" When they heard this, they dispersed. This news reached the deniers of truth from Quraysh, so they wrote, after Badr, to the Jews, "You are a people of armaments and fortresses. You shall either fight our man, or we shall do such and such, and nothing shall stand between us and the ankle ornaments of your women." When their letter reached the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, the Banu an-Nadir resolved upon treachery. They sent to the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, saying, "Come out to us with 30 of your companions, and let 30 of our rabbis come out, so that we may meet at a neutral place, and they may hear from you. If they believe in you and have faith, we too shall have faith." And he recounted their story. The following morning, the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, marched upon them with his battalions and besieged them. He said to them, "By God, you will have no security from me except by a covenant that you make with me." They refused to give him a covenant, so he fought them on that day. Then he marched on the Banu Qurayza with his battalions, leaving the Banu an-Nadir, and called them to make a covenant with him. They covenanted with him, and he departed from them. He then marched upon the Banu an-Nadir with his battalions, and fought them until they surrendered on the condition of exile. So the Banu an-Nadir were exiled, and they carried away what their camels could carry of their belongings, their doors, and their timber. The palm groves of the Banu an-Nadir became the special property of the Messenger of God. Peace and blessings be upon him. God bestowed them upon him, and he said, "And whatever God has bestowed upon his messenger from them for you, did not press upon it any horse or camel." 59:6, which is to say, without a fight. The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, gave most of it to the emigrants and divided it among them, and he also gave a portion of it to 2 men of the Ansar who were in need. And from it remained the charitable endowment of the Messenger of God. Peace and blessings be upon him, which is in the hands of the descendants of Fatima. May God be pleased with her. Musa ibn Uqba and Ibn Ishaq held that the expedition against Banu an-Nadir occurred after Uhud, and others have said likewise. Ibn Lahiya related it from Abu al-Aswad, from Urwa. And this is the account of Musa and the account of Urwa, that the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, went out to the Banu an-Nadir to seek their help in paying the blood money for the 2 men of Banu Kilab. So they claimed had secretly contacted the Quraysh when they had encamped at Uhud for battle against the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, inciting them to fight and pointing out the vulnerable spots. When the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, spoke to them about the blood money for the men of Banu Kilab, they said, "Sit, O Abu al-Qasim, until you have eaten and you return with your need met, while we rise and confer among ourselves." So he sat with his companions. When they were alone, with Satan in their midst, they conspired to kill the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, saying, "You will never find him closer than he is now. Rid yourselves of him, and you will be safe." A man said, "If you wish, I can go up on the roof of the house beneath which he is sitting and drop a rock upon him and kill him." God then sent revelation to him, informing him of their plan and protecting him. He rose as if to relieve himself. The enemies of God awaited him, but he tarried. A man from Medina came, and they asked him about the Prophet, and he said, "I met him as he entered the alleys of Medina." They said to his companions, "Abu al-Qasim was in a hurry for us to arrange the matter of his need." Then the companions of the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, rose and returned, and the verse was revealed. "O you who have attained to faith, remember the favour of God upon you when a people intended to stretch out their hands against you." 5:11, the verse. The messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, ordered their expulsion, and that they should go wherever they wished. Hypocrisy had become widespread in Medina. They asked, "Where will you expel us to?" He said, "I will expel you to the place of gathering." When the hypocrites heard what was intended for their allies, they sent a message to them. "We are with you in life and in death. If you are fought, we will surely aid you, and if you are expelled, we will not remain behind." The chief of the Jews was Abu Safiya, Huyai ibn Akhtab. When they put their trust in the false promises of the hypocrites, their delusion grew, and Satan filled them with hope of victory. They called out to the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, and his companions, "By God we shall not leave, and if you fight us, we shall surely fight you." The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, proceeded with God's command concerning them. He ordered his companions to take up arms, and then he marched toward them. The Jews fortified themselves in their houses and strongholds. When the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, reached their alleys and fortresses, he was averse to allowing them to fight from within their houses and strongholds. God preserved his cause for him and guided him to the right course. He ordered that the nearest of their houses be demolished, and that the palm trees be burned and cut down. God restrained their hands and the hands of the hypocrites, so they did not come to their aid, and he cast terror into the hearts of both parties. Then the Jews, whenever the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, finished demolishing what was near their city, God would cast terror into their hearts, and they would demolish the houses they were in from the inside. They could not come out to face the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, while his companions were demolishing bit by bit. When the Jews were about to reach the last of their houses, and they were awaiting the hypocrites and what they had promised them, and when they despaired of what they had, they asked the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, for what he had offered them before. He made an agreement with them that he would exile them, and that they could take what their camels could carry, except for their weapons. They scattered in every direction and went every which way. The Banu Abi al-Huqayq went to Khaybar, taking with them many silver vessels, which the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, and the Muslims saw. Huyay ibn Akhtab went until he reached Mecca and presented himself to the Quraysh, inciting them against the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him. God made clear to his messenger the discourse of the people of hypocrisy, and what was between them and the Jews. They had taunted the Muslims when they cut down the palm trees and demolished the houses, saying, "What is the sin of the tree when you claim to be reformers?" Then God revealed, "All that is in the heavens and on earth extols God's limitless glory." 59:1. He then made it a special grant for his messenger, and he divided it among those of the emigrants whom God showed him. He gave some of it to Abu Dujana Simak ibn Kharasha and Sahal ibn Hunayf, the two Ansaris, and they claimed he gave the sword of Ibn Abi al-Huqayq to Sa'd ibn Mu'adh. The exile of the Banu an-Nadir was in Muharram of the 3rd year. The Banu Qurayza remained in Medina in their dwellings, and the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, did not order them to be fought or expelled, until God exposed them through Huyay ibn Akhtab and the Confederate armies. This is the wording of Musa, and the account of Urwa is similar in meaning up to the giving of the sword to Sa'd. Musa ibn Uqba and others said, from Nafi, from Abdullah, that the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, cut down and burned the palm trees of the Banu an-Nadir. It is about this that Hassan ibn Thabit said, "And of little moment to the lords of Banu Lu'ay was the fire that spread fiercely through Al-Buwaira." And concerning this verse was revealed, "Whatever you may have cut down of their palm trees, or left them standing on their roots, was by God's leave." 59:5. This is agreed upon. Amr ibn Dinar said from Az-Zuhri, from Malik ibn Aus, from Umar, that the properties of the Banu an-Nadir were among that which God bestowed upon his messenger, peace and blessings be upon him, for which the Muslims had not pressed upon with horse or camel. Thus it was exclusively for the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him. He would spend from it for his family's sustenance for a year, and what remained he would put toward war mounts and weapons as a provision in the path of God. The two sheikhs narrated this. The expedition of Zayd ibn Haritha to Al-Qarada ibn Ishaq said, "The expedition of Zayd, in which the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, dispatched him, was when he intercepted the caravan of Quraysh, in which was Abu Sufyan at Al-Qarada, a watering place in Najd. The story of this was that the Quraysh feared their usual route to Syria after the event of Badr, so they took the route through Iraq. Some merchants set out, among them Abu Sufyan, and they hired a man from the Banu Bakr ibn Wa'il, named Furat ibn Hayyan, to guide them. The messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, sent Zayd ibn Haritha, who met them at that watering place. He captured the caravan and all that was in it, but the men escaped him. He returned with it to the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him. The expedition of Karkarat al-Qudr al-Waqidi said, "This was in Muharram of the 3rd year. It is a region near the mine of Banu Sulaym. He appointed Ibn Maktum as governor over Medina. It had reached him, peace and blessings be upon him, that at this place was a gathering of Sulaym and Ghatafan. He found no one at the location, but he found some of their herdsmen, among them a lad named Yasar. The messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, returned, having triumphed over the herds of camels. He brought them down to Medina, and they were divided at Sirah, 3 miles from Medina. The camels numbered 500, and Yasar embraced Islam. Al-Karkara is a smooth, level land, and Al-Qudr is a bird of a dusty colour. Some say Qararat al-Qudr, meaning it is the resting place of this bird. The slaying of Ka'b ibn al-Ashraf, Ibn Ishaq said, "From the path of Yunus ibn Bukair, Abdullah ibn Abi Bakr, and Salih ibn Abi Umama ibn Sahal related to me, they said, when the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, had finished with Badr, he sent 2 heralds to the people of Medina. He sent Zayd ibn Haritha to the people of the lower part of the city, and he sent Abdullah ibn Rawaha to the people of the upper part. They brought tidings of victory and announced the demise of Abu Jahl, Utbah, and the chiefs of Quraysh. When this news reached Ka'b ibn al-Ashraf, may God curse him, he said, "Woe to you! Is this true? These are the kings of the Arabs and the masters of the people." He then departed for Makkah and stayed with Atika bint Usayd ibn Abi Alayz, who was married to Al-Muttalib ibn Abi Wada. He began to weep for the slain of Quraysh and to incite others against the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, saying, "The mill of Badr has ground for the ruin of its people, and for the like of Badr one sheds tears and weeps. The nobles of the people were slain around their watering holes. Do not be distant, for kings are indeed struck down. How many a noble, luminous man of splendour was struck there, to whom the destitute would turn for refuge. And some people, whose wrath I belittle, say that Ibn al-Ashraf has remained, grieving. They speak the truth. Would that the earth, at the hour they were slain, had sunk with its people and split asunder. I was informed that all the Banu Kinana humbled themselves at the slaying of Abu al-Walid and were mutilated." Ibn Ishaq said, "He then returned to Medina and began to compose licentious poetry about al-Fadl bint al-Harith. Are you departing, having not stayed in a place of honour? And are you leaving al-Fadl in the sacred precinct?" in verses he composed. He then composed amorous poetry about the Muslim women, until he had harmed them. Musa ibn Uqba said, "Ibn al-Ashraf had harmed the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, with his satire. He rode to the Quraysh, came before them, and enticed them against the Messenger of God. Abu Sufyan said to him, 'I implore you by God, is our religion more beloved to God, or the religion of Muḥammad and his companions?' He replied, 'You are more rightly guided than they are.' He then departed, having consolidated the opinion of the polytheists upon fighting the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, openly declaring his enmity and his satire. Muḥammad ibn Yunus al-Jammal al-Makhrami, of whom Ibn Adi said, 'In my view, he was one of those who steal hadith,' though I say Muslim narrated from him said, 'Ibn Uyayna related to us, saying, Amr related to us, from Ikrimah, from Ibn Abbas, who said, Huyay ibn Akhtab and Ka'b ibn al-Ashraf came to Makkah to the Quraysh and made an alliance with them to fight the Messenger of God. Peace and blessings be upon him. The Quraysh said to them, You are the people of ancient knowledge and the people of the book, so inform us and about Muḥammad. They asked, What are you and what is Muḥammad? The Quraysh replied, We slaughter the fat-humped camel, we serve milk mixed with water, we free the captive, we give water to the pilgrims, and we maintain the ties of kinship. They asked, Then what is Muḥammad? The Quraysh replied, A solitary man who has severed our ties of kinship and is followed by the thieves of the pilgrims, the Banu Gifar. They said, Nay, you are better than him and more rightly guided. Then God revealed, Have you not seen those who were given a portion of the book? They believe in idols and false deities. 451, the verse. Sufyan said, "The tribe of Gifar were thieves in the age of ignorance." Ibrahim ibn Jafar ibn Mahmud ibn Maslama related from his father, from Jabir ibn Abdullah, who said, "And Ka'b ibn al-Ashraf went to Makkah and then returned to Medina, openly declaring his enmity and satire against the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him. The first thing he composed was his saying, 'Are you departing, having not stayed in a place of honour, and are you leaving al-Fadl in the sacred precinct? A fair one, restraining, were she to be squeezed, she would exude from the finest perfumes, henna and katam herb. One of the Banu Amir, the heart became enamoured of her, and had she wished she could have healed Ka'b of his malady. I had not seen a sun rise before her until she appeared to us in a night of darkness. And he said, the mill of Bada has ground for the ruin of its people." The verses. One day the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said, "Who will deal with Ka'b ibn al-Ashraf? For he has harmed us with his poetry and strengthened the polytheists against us." Muhammad ibn Maslama said, "I, O Messenger of God." He said, "Then it is upon you." He stood up, walked a little, then returned and said, "I will have to say something." The Prophet said, "Say what you must, for you are absolved." So Muhammad went out after a day or two until he came to Ka'b while he was in a garden, and said, "O Ka'b, I have come for a need." The rest of the account. Ibn Uyayna said, Amr ibn Dina said, "I heard Jabir say, the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, who will deal with Ka'b ibn al-Ashraf? For he has harmed God and his Messenger." Muhammad ibn Maslama stood up and said, "O Messenger of God, would it please you that I kill him?" He said, "Yes." He said, "Then permit me to say something." He said, "Say it." So Muhammad ibn Maslama went to him and said, "This man has asked us for charity, and he has truly burdened us, and I have come to you to ask for a loan." He replied, "And there is more. You will surely grow weary of him." He said, "We have followed him, and we are reluctant to leave him until we see what his affair will become. We wanted you to give us a loan." Ka'b said, "Pledge your women to me." He replied, "How can we pledge our women to you when you are the most handsome of the Arabs?" He said, "Then pledge your sons to me." He replied, "How can we pledge our sons to you only to have them reviled, pledged for a single or 2 measures of grain?" He asked, "Then what?" He said, "We shall pledge our weapons." He made an appointment to come to him by night. So he came to him by night, and with him was Abu Naila, who was Ka'b's foster brother. He called him from his fortress, and he came down to them. His wife said to him, "Where are you going at this hour?" He replied, "It is only my brother Abu Naila and Muhammad ibn Maslama." A noble man, if called to a thrust of the spear by night, would answer. Muhammad had said, "When he comes, I will remark on his hair and smell it, then I will let you smell it. When you see me secure my hands on it, then upon him." He said, so he came down to them, wearing a sash, and from him emanated the fragrance of perfume. Muhammad said, "I have never smelled a fragrance like today's, so fragrant. Will you permit me to smell your head?" He said, "Yes." He smelled it, and then his companions smelled it. Then he said, "Will you permit me?" Meaning a second time. He said, "Yes." When he had him firmly in his grasp, he said, "Upon him!" They struck him and killed him, and then came to the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, and informed him. Al-Bukhari narrated this. Shuaib ibn Abi Hamza said, from Az-Zuhri, from Abd al-Rahman ibn Abdullah ibn Ka'b ibn Malik, from his father, that Ka'b ibn al-Ashraf the Jew was a poet, and he used to satirize the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and incite the deniers of truth from Quraysh against him in his poetry. The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, had arrived in Medina, and its people were a mixture of Muslims, idol-worshippers, and Jews. The Jews were a people of arms and fortresses, and they were allies of the Aws and the Khazraj. When the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, arrived in Medina, he wished to reconcile with all of them. A man would be a Muslim, while his father or brother was a polytheist. When the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, arrived in Medina, the polytheists and the Jews caused him the severest of harm. God commanded his messenger and the Muslims to be patient and to forgive, for he, the Most High, said, "And you will surely hear from those who were given the scripture before you, and from those who associate others with God, much abuse." 386. And he said, "Many among the people of the Scripture would love to turn you back to disbelief after you have attained to faith, out of envy from their own selves, after the truth has become manifest to them. So forgive and forbear until God brings his command." 2109. The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, commanded Sa'd ibn Mu'adh to send a group to kill Ka'b. Sa'd sent to him Muḥammad ibn Maslamah, Abu Abs and Al-Harith, the nephew of Sa'd ibn Mu'adh, in a group of 5 men. They came to him in the evening while he was in their gathering place in Al-Awali. When Ka'b saw them, he did not recognize them, and was almost alarmed by them. He said to them, "What brings you here?" They said, "A need has brought us to you." He said, "Let one of you draw near to me and tell me of it." One of them drew near to him and said, "We have come to sell you some coats of mail of ours so that we may use their price for our expenses." He said, "By God, if you do that, you have indeed been exhausted. This man has descended upon you." They made an appointment to come to him in the evening when the people had settled down. They came, and one of them called out to him. He rose to go out, but his wife said, "They have not come to you at this hour for anything you would like." He replied, "But they have told me their story." Abu Abs embraced him, and Muḥammad ibn Maslamah struck him with a sword, and another of them stabbed him with a sword in his flank. When they had killed him, the Jews and the polytheists who were with them were terrified. The next morning they went to the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and said, "Our companion was assailed last night, and he is a chief among our chiefs, and was killed." The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, reminded them of what he used to say in his poems. The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, then called them to write a treaty between him and them. He wrote a pact between them, and that pact was later in the possession of Ali. Abu Dawud narrated this. Musa ibn Uqbah and others mentioned that Abbad ibn Bishr was with them and was wounded in his face or his leg by a sword. Yunus ibn Bukayr said from Ibn Ishaq, who said, "Thawr ibn Zayd related to me," from Ikrimah, from Ibn Abbas, who said, "The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, walked with them to Baqi al-Gharqad. Then he sent them on their way and said, 'Go forth in the name of God. O God, aid them.'" Al-Bakkai mentioned, from Ibn Ishaq, this story in a longer and more eloquent form than what is here, and in it those who gathered to kill him were Muḥammad, Silkan ibn Salama ibn Waqsh, who is Abu Naila al-Ashhali Abbad ibn Bishr, and Abu Abs ibn Jabr al-Harithi. They sent Silkan ahead to Ibn al-Ashraf. He came to him, and they conversed for a while and recited poetry to each other. Then he said, "Woe to you, O Ibn al-Ashraf! I have come for a need that I wish to mention to you. so keep it secret from me." He said, "I shall." He said, "The arrival of this man among us has been a trial among trials. The Arabs have become our enemies, they have shot at us from a single bow, and the roads have been cut off from us until our families are lost, and we are exhausted." He replied, "I am Ibn al-Ashraf. By God, did I not tell you, O Ibn Salama, that the affair would come to what I said?" He said, "I wanted you to sell us food, and we would give you a pledge and a security, and you would be kind in the matter." He asked, "Will you pledge your sons to me?" He replied, "You intend to disgrace us. I have with me companions who share my view, and I wish to bring them to you, so that you may sell to them and be kind in the matter, and we will pledge to you weapons that will be sufficient." He said, so Silkan returned to his companions and told them his news, and he ordered them to take up their arms and then go forth and gather before him. They gathered, and he narrated the story. Ibn Ishaq said, "The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, gave a general permission to kill the Jews and said, 'Whomever you find of the Jews, kill him.' It was then that Huwayisa ibn Masud embraced Islam. His brother Muḥayyisa had embraced Islam before him. Muḥayyisa killed Ibn Sunayna, the Jewish merchant. Huwayisa, before he became a Muslim, began to strike his brother, saying, 'O enemy of God, you killed him? By God, much of the fat in your belly is from his wealth.' He replied, 'By God, he who commanded me to kill him is one who, had he commanded me to kill you, I would have struck your neck.' He said, 'By God, a religion that has brought you to this is truly wondrous.' And Huwayisa embraced Islam. And in Ramadan, the noble Abu Muḥammad al-Hasan ibn Ali, may God be pleased with them both, was born. And the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, married Hafsa bint Umar. And in this year he also married Zainab bint Khuzaimah, of the Banu Amir ibn Sasa, who was known as the mother of the poor. She lived with him for 2 or 3 months, and then passed away. It is also said she remained with him for 8 months, and God knows best. The expedition of Uhud. And it was in Shawwal Shayban said from Qatada, "The Prophet of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, engaged in battle on the day of Uhud in the following year, after Badr, in Shawwal, on Saturday, with 11 nights of Shawwal having passed. His companions on that day numbered 700, and the polytheists were 2,000, or whatever number God willed." Ibn Ishaq said, on the 15th of Shawwal. Malik said, the fighting on that day was in the early part of the day. Buraid ibn Abd Allah said, from Abu Burda, from Abu Musa, from the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, who said, "I saw in a dream that I had brandished a sword, and its blade broke. This turned out to be the affliction that befell the believers on the day of Uhud. Then I brandished it again, and it returned more splendid than it had been. This turned out to be the victory and the gathering of the believers that God brought forth. And I saw in my dream cattle, and with God is all good. This turned out to be the group of believers on the day of Uhud. And the good was the good that God brought forth, and the reward of truthfulness that he bestowed upon us on the day of Badr." The 2 sheikhs narrated this. Ibn Wahab said, "Ibn Abi az-Zinad informed me from his father, from Ubaydullah ibn Abd Allah, from Ibn Abbas, who said, the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, took as a special prize his sword Du al-Faqar on the day of Badr, and it was this about which he saw the vision on the day of Uhud. For when the polytheists came on the day of Uhud, the counsel of the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, was to remain in Medina and engage them therein. But some men who had not witnessed Badr said to him, "Lead us out to them, O messenger of God, that we may fight them at Uhud." They hoped for the virtue of attaining what the people of Badr had attained. They did not cease pressing the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, until he donned his armour. Then they felt remorse and said, "O messenger of God, remain, for your counsel is the right counsel." But the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said to them, "It is not befitting for a prophet, once he has donned his armour, to set it aside until God has judged between him and his enemy." They said, and what the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, had said to them before he donned his armour was, "I saw that I was in a fortified coat of mail, and I interpreted it as Medina. And I saw that I was riding behind a ram, and I interpreted it as the ram of the battalion. And I saw that my sword, Du al-Faqar, was chipped, and I interpreted it as a loss among you. And I saw cattle being slaughtered, and cattle by God are good, and cattle by God are good." Yunus said, from Az-Zuhri, concerning the departure of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, to Uhud, he said, "When he was at Ash-Shot, near Al-Janana, Abd Allah ibn Ubay deserted with nearly a third of the army. The Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, and his companions proceeded, and they were 700. The Quraysh arrayed themselves, and they were 3,000, and with them were 200 horses which they kept in reserve. They placed Khalid ibn al-Walid on the right flank of the cavalry, and Ikrimah ibn Abi Jahl on the left. Ibn Lahiyah said from Abu al-Aswad from Urwa, who said, "The messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, and the Muslims went forth, and they were 1,000, and the polytheists were 3,000. The messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, encamped at Uhud, and Abdallah ibn Ubay turned back from him with 300 men. The hearts of the two groups faltered, and they were on the verge of losing courage, and the two groups were the Banu Salama and the Banu Haritha. Ibn Uyayna said from Amr, from Jabir, "When two of your parties were about to lose heart," 3122, the Banu Salama and the Banu Haritha. I would not wish that this verse had not been revealed, because of his saying, "while God was their ally." 3122. This is agreed upon. Shubha said, from Adi ibn Thabit, he heard Abd Allah ibn Yazid relating from Zayd ibn Thabit, who said, "When the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, went forth to Uhud, some people who had set out with him turned back. The companions of the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, became two factions, one faction saying, 'We will fight them,' and another faction saying, 'We will not fight them.' Then was revealed, 'What then is the matter with you, that you are in two minds about the hypocrites?' 488. The messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, 'Verily it is Taiba, the goodly city. It purifies from filth, just as fire purifies the dross of silver.' This is agreed upon. Ibn Abi Naji said, from Mujahid, "God would not leave the believers in the state in which you are until he distinguishes the vile from the good." 3179. He said, he distinguished them on the day of Uhud. Al-Baqai said, from Ibn Ishaq, who said, "The story of Uhud was as related to me by Az-Zuhri, Muḥammad ibn Yahya ibn Hibban, Asim ibn Umar, Al-Husayn ibn Abd al-Rahman, and others. Each of them related a part of the account, and their accounts have all been brought together in what I have presented of this account of the day of Uhud. When the deniers of truth from Quraysh suffered the loss of their chiefs at the well of Badr, and their remnants returned to Makkah, and Abu Sufyan ibn Harb returned with the caravan. Abdullah ibn Abi Rabi'ah, Ikrimah ibn Abi Jahl, and Safwan ibn Umayyah walked among the men of Quraysh, whose fathers, sons, and brothers had been slain. They spoke to Abu Sufyan, and whoever had a share in the trade of that caravan, saying, O community of Quraysh, Muhammad has indeed afflicted you with loss, and killed your finest men. So aid us with this wealth in waging war against him, that we may perhaps attain vengeance for those of ours who were slain. They gathered for war against the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, when Abu Sufyan and the owners of the caravan did so, along with their Abyssinian allies, and those who obeyed them from the tribes of Kinana and the people of Tihama. Abu Azar al-Jumahi had been granted his freedom by the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and he had a large family and was in need. He had said, O messenger of God, I am a poor man with a large family and in need, so grant me your favour. Safwan said to him, O Abu Azar, you are a poet, so aid us with your tongue and go forth with us. He replied, Muhammad has granted me his favour, and I do not wish to support others against him. They said, Nay, but aid us with your person, and you have my pledge before God, that if I return, I shall aid you, and if you are struck down, I shall make your daughters as my own daughters. They shall suffer what befalls them of hardship and ease. So Abu Azar went forth, travelling through Tihama, and calling upon the Banu Kinana, saying, Come, O Banu Abdmana, you who are a multitude, you are protectors, and your father was a protector. Do not deny me your aid after this year. Do not abandon me, for abandonment is not lawful. And Musaf ibn Abd Manaf al-Jumahi went out to the Banu Malik ibn Kinana, calling them to war against the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and reciting poetry. And Jubair ibn Mutim called upon a slave of his, an Abyssinian named Washi, who could cast a javelin with the skill of the Abyssinians, seldom missing his mark. He said to him, Go forth with the people, and if you kill Hamza in vengeance for my uncle Tuaima ibn Adi, then you are free. So the Quraysh went forth with their full strength, and their iron, their Abyssinian allies, and those who followed them. And they went forth with their womenfolk, seeking to preserve their honour, and so that they would not flee. Abu Sufyan went forth, and he was the leader of the people, with Hind bint Utbah. And Ikrimah went forth with Hakim bint al-Harith ibn Hisham, until they encamped at Ainain, at the foot of Mount Uhud, in the valley of the salt marsh, by the side of the stream, opposite Medina. The messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, If you think it best to remain in Medina and leave them where they have encamped, then if they remain in a wretched place, and if they enter upon us, we shall fight them within it. He was averse to going out to them. But men who had missed the day of Badr said, O messenger of God, lead us out to them, lest they think we have grown timid of them. They did not cease pressing the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, until he went in and donned his armour, and that was on a Friday, when the people had finished the prayer. He mentioned his departure and the desertion of Ibn Ubay with a third of the people. Abdullah, the father of Jabir, followed them, saying, I remind you of God, do not abandon your people and your prophet. They said, If we knew that you would fight, we would not have abandoned you, but we do not think there will be a battle. And the Ansar said, O messenger of God, shall we not seek the aid of our allies from among the Jews? He said, We have no need of them. And he went on until he encamped in the ravine of Uhud, on the slope of the valley leading to the mountain. He positioned his back and his camp toward Uhud, and said, "Let no one fight until we command him to fight." He prepared for battle, and he was with 700 men. He appointed Abdullah ibn Jubair as commander of the archers, and they were 50 men. He said, "Repel the cavalry from us with your arrows, lest they come upon us from behind. Whether we are victorious or defeated, hold your position, and let us not be assailed from your direction." The messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, wore 2 coats of mail, and he gave the standard to Musab ibn Umair. The Quraysh arrayed themselves, and they were 3,000, with 200 horses, which they kept in reserve. They placed Khalid on the right flank, and Ikrimah on the left. Salam ibn Miskin said, from Qatadah, from Sa'id ibn al-Musayyib, who said, "The standard of the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, on the day of Uhud was a black cloak that had belonged to Aisha. The standard of the Ansar was called Al-Uqab, the eagle. On his right flank was Ali, and on his left was Al-Mundir ibn Amr, as-Sayyidi. Az-Zubair ibn al-Awwam was in command of the infantry, though some say it was Al-Miqdad ibn al-Aswad. Hamza was in the centre, and the standard was with Musab ibn Umair. He was slain, so the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, gave it to Ali. He said, "It is also said that he had 3 standards. A standard for the emigrants with Musab ibn Umair, a standard with Ali, and a standard with Al-Mundir." Thabit said from Anas that the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, took a sword on the day of Uhud, and said, "Who will take this sword from me and fulfill its right?" They stretched out their hands, every man among them saying, "I." He said, "Who will take it and fulfill its right?" The people held back. Abu Dujana Simak said to him, "I will take it and fulfill its right." He said, so he took it, and with it he split the skulls of the polytheists. Muslim narrated this. Ibn Ishaq said, until Abu Dujana Simak ibn Kharasha of the Banu Sa'idah stood up and said, "And what is its right?" He replied, "That you strike with it in the midst of the enemy until it bends." He said, "Then I shall take it, O Messenger of God." He gave it to him. He was a valiant man who would swagger in battle, and when he fought he would mark himself with a red band, which he would tie around his head. He then began to strut between the 2 ranks. It has reached us that the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said when he saw him swaggering, "Verily it is a gait that God despises, except in a situation such as this." Amr ibn Asim al-Kilabi said, Ubayd Allah ibn al-Wazi related to me, saying, Hisham ibn Urwa related to me, from his father, from Az-Zubair ibn al-Awwam, who said, "The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, offered a sword on the day of Uhud, and said, 'Who will take it and fulfill its right?' I stood up and said, 'I, O Messenger of God.' But he turned away from me. Then he said, 'Who will take this sword and fulfill its right?' Abu Dujana Simak ibn Kharasha stood up and said, 'I, O Messenger of God, and what is its right?' He replied, 'That you do not kill a Muslim with it, nor flee with it from a denier of truth.' He said, so he gave it to him. Whenever he intended to fight, he would mark himself with a band. I said, I shall surely watch him to see what he does. He said he did not let anything rise before him, but he tore it asunder and destroyed it until he came upon some women on the slope of a mountain who had with them their tambourines. Among them was a woman who was saying, "We are the daughters of the night star. We walk upon cushions. If you advance, we embrace. If you retreat, we part. A parting without love." He said, He raised the sword to a woman to strike her. Then he refrained from her. When the battle was over, I said to him, I have seen all of your deeds, except for your raising the sword over the woman and then not striking her. He said, I honored the sword of the messenger of God. Peace and blessings be upon him. Too much to kill a woman with it. Jafar ibn Abd Allah ibn Aslam, the freedman of Omar, related from Muawiyah ibn Mabad ibn Kab ibn Malik that the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said when he saw Abu Dujana swaggering, Verily it is a gate that God despises, except in a situation such as this. Ibn Ishaq said from Az-Zuhri and others, A man from among the polytheists came out on the day of Uhud and called for single combat. The people held back from him until he had called out 3 times, and he was on a camel of his. Az-Zubayr rose to face him, leaped until he was level with him on his camel, then embraced him, and they fought together on top of the camel. The messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, The one who is nearer to the ground will be slain. The polytheist fell, and Az-Zubayr fell upon him and slaughtered him. Then the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, drew Az-Zubayr near, sat him on his thigh, and said, Verily, every prophet has a disciple, and Az-Zubayr is my disciple. Ibn Ishaq said, The people fought until the battle grew fierce, and Abu Dujana fought until he had penetrated deep into the enemy ranks, as did Hamza ibn Abd al-Muttalib, Ali ibn Abi Talib, and others. Zuhair ibn Muawiyah said, Abu Ishaq related to us. He said, I heard Al-Bara relating, he said, The messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, placed Abdullah ibn Jubair in command of the archers on the day of Uhud, and they were 50. He said, If you see us being snatched by birds, do not move from your positions until I send for you. And if you see us defeat the enemy and tread them underfoot, do not move from your positions until I send for you. He said, and they defeated them. By God, I saw the women fleeing up the mountain, their anklets and calves exposed, holding up their garments. The companions of Abdullah ibn Jubair said, The spoils, O people, the spoils! Your companions have triumphed. What are you waiting for? Abdullah said to them, Have you forgotten what the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, told you? They said, We shall go to the people and take our share of the spoils. They went to them, but their fortunes were turned, and they came back routed. That is when the messenger was calling them from their rear. 3:153. No one remained with the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, except 12 men. They had inflicted 70 casualties upon us. Abu Sufyan said, Is Muḥammad among the people? 3 times. The messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, forbade them to answer him. Then he said, Is the son of Abu Quhafa among the people? Is the son of Abu Quhafa among the people? Then he said, Is the son of Al-Khattab among the people? 3 times. Then he returned to his companions and said, As for these, they have been killed. Umar could not contain himself and said, You have lied, O enemy of God. Verily, those whom you have counted are all alive, and there remains for you that which will displease you. He said, A day for Badr, and war is a series of turns. You will find mutilation which I did not command, but which did not displease me. Then he began to chant, Exalted be Hubal! Exalted be Hubal! The messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said, Will you not answer him? They said, What shall we say? He said, Say, God is most high and most glorious. Then he said, We have Al-Uzzah, and you have no Uzzah. The messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said, Will you not answer him? They said, What shall we say? He said, "Say, God is our patron, and you have no patron." Al-Bukhari narrated this. Yunus ibn Bukayr said, from Ibn Ishaq. Al-Husayn ibn Abd al-Rahman related to me, from Mahmud ibn Amr ibn Yazid ibn as-Sakan, that the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said on the day of Uhud, when the enemy overwhelmed him, "Who is the man who will offer his life for us?" Ziyad ibn as-Sakan stood up with 5 of the Ansar, and some people say it was Umara ibn Ziyad ibn as-Sakan. They fought in defense of the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, one man after another being slain in his defense, until the last of them was Ziyad or Umara. He fought until he was overcome by his wounds. Then a group of Muslims rallied and drove the enemy away from him. The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, "Bring him near to me." They brought him near, and he rested his head on the Prophet's foot, and he died with his cheek upon the foot of the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him. And Abu Dujana shielded the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, with his own body, so that the arrows struck his back while he was stooped over the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, until the arrows in him were many. Hammad ibn Salama said, from Thabit and others, from Anas, that the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, was isolated on the day of Uhud, with 7 of the Ansar and 2 men of Quraysh. When they bore down upon him, he said, "Who will repel them from us? And for him is paradise, or he will be my companion in paradise." A man from the Ansar went forward and fought until he was killed. Another went forward and fought until he was killed. It continued thus until the 7 were killed. He said to his 2 companions, "We have not been fair to our companions." Muslim narrated this. Sulaiman at-Taymi said, from Abu Uthman, who said, "No one remained with the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, in one of those days in which he fought, except Talha ibn Ubaydullah and Sa'd, from their account." This is agreed upon. Qais ibn Abi Hazim said, "I saw the withered hand of Talha, with which he had protected the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, meaning on the day of Uhud." Al-Bukhari narrated this. Abd Allah ibn Salih said, Yahya ibn Ayyub related to me, from Umar ibn Ghaziyah, from Abu az-Zubayr, the freedman of Hakim ibn Hizam, from Jabir, who said, "The people were routed from the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, on the day of Uhud, and there remained with him 11 men of the Ansar and Talha ibn Ubayd Allah, as he was ascending the mountain. The polytheists caught up with them. He said, 'Is there no one for these?' Talha said, 'I, O Messenger of God.' He said, 'Stay as you are, O Talha.' A man from the Ansar said, 'Then I, O Messenger of God.' So he fought for him, and the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and those with him ascended. Then the Ansari was killed, and they caught up with him. He said, 'Is there no one for these?' Talha said, as he had before. And the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, as he had before. A man from the Ansar said, 'I, O Messenger of God.' He gave him permission, and he fought while the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and his companions ascended. Then he was killed, and they caught up with him. The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, did not cease saying as he had said. And Talha would say, 'I,' but he would restrain him, and a man from the Ansar would ask for permission, and he would grant it, until no one remained with him except Talha. They overwhelmed them both. The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said, 'Who will deal with these?' Talha said, I. He fought with the might of all who had come before him combined, and his fingers were struck. He cried out, "Has!" an expression of pain. The messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, "Had you but said, 'In the name of God,' or mentioned the name of God, the angels would have raised you aloft while the people looked on, until they bore you into the very heart of the heavens." Then the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, ascended to his companions, and they were gathered together. Abd al-Warith said, from Abd al-Aziz, from Anas, who said, "On the day of Uhud, the people were routed from the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him." Abu Talha was before the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, shielding him with a shield he had with him. Abu Talha was a powerful archer with a strong draw, and on that day he broke 2 or 3 bows. A man would pass by with a quiver of arrows and would empty it for Abu Talha. The Prophet of God, peace and blessings be upon him, would look up to see the enemy, and Abu Talha would say, "O Prophet of God, may my father and my mother be your ransom, do not look up, lest an arrow from the enemy strike you. My throat before your throat. And I have with my own eyes beheld Aisha, the daughter of Abu Bakr, and Sulaim, their garments girt high so that I could discern the flesh of their shanks, as they bore waterskins upon their backs, pouring their contents into the mouths of the people. And from the profound drowsiness that overcame him, the sword of Abu Talha slipped from his grasp, be it twice or thrice. This is a narration upon which there is consensus, and Ibn Ishaq related, Mus'ab ibn Umair fought in defense of the messenger of God until he was slain, struck down by Ibn Qamiyah al-Laythi, who mistook him for the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him. He then returned to Quraysh and proclaimed, "I have killed Muḥammad." When Mus'ab was martyred, the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, bestowed the standard upon Ali ibn Abi Talib and a contingent of the Muslims. And Musa ibn Uqba said, Quraysh summoned whomever they wished from among the idolaters of Arabia, and Abu Sufyan marched forth with the assembly of Quraysh. He then recounted a narrative similar to what has preceded, wherein it is mentioned, "They struck his face," meaning the Prophet, "peace and blessings be upon him," and shattered his incisor tooth, and tore his lip. They allege that the one who cast the blow was Utbah ibn Abi Waqqas, and with him, that is, with Ibn Uqba, is the account of the dream, and in it the strong coat of mail was interpreted as the city of Medina. So remain within, and place the women and children in the strongholds. If they enter upon us in the alleyways, we shall fight them, and they will be assailed with projectiles from atop the houses. And they had indeed fortified the alleyways of Medina with structures until it was like a fortress. But many of the people insisted upon going forth, the majority of them being those who had not witnessed Badr. He said, and the Muslims had not a single horse. The standard-bearer of the idolaters was Talha ibn Uthman, the brother of Shayba al-Abdari, and the standard-bearer of the Muslims was a man from among the emigrants, who declared, "I am, if God so wills, a guardian of that which is with me." Talha ibn Uthman then challenged him, saying, "Do you have an appetite for single combat?" He replied, "Indeed." And that man rushed toward him and struck his head with the sword, a blow so deep that the blade lodged in his jaw. And so the slaying of the standard-bearer of the idolaters was a confirmation of the vision of the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him. I saw myself riding behind a ram. When he was struck down, the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, and his companions dispersed, becoming scattered companies, and they plunged into the enemy, striking them until they drove them back from their baggage. And the cavalry of the idolaters charged upon the Muslims 3 times, and each time they were repelled by a volley of arrows, retreating in disarray. And the Muslims charged and wrought great slaughter among them. But when the 50 archers saw that God had granted victory, they said, "By God, we shall not remain here for naught." So they abandoned their posts, which the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, had commanded them not to leave. They fell into dispute, lost their resolve, and disobeyed the messenger. And so the cavalry galloped into their midst, inflicting death, for the bulk of them were in the main camp. When the Muslims saw this, they regrouped, but a crier shouted, "To your rear! To your rear! The messenger of God has been slain!" And so despair descended upon their hearts. Some among them were killed, and God honoured them with martyrdom. The people retreated up the mountain pass, looking back for no one, while God made his prophet steadfast. He began to call out to his companions as he ascended the pass, while the idolaters were upon his path. With him was a small band, including Talha ibn Ubaydallah and Al-Zubayr, and they shielded him until they were all killed, save for 6 or 7. It is said that Ka'b ibn Malik was the first to recognize the eyes of the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, when he was lost from sight, from behind his helmet. He cried out at the top of his voice, "God is greatest! This is the messenger of God!" But the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, they claimed, gestured for him to be silent. The messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, was wounded in his face, and his incisor tooth was broken. And Ubay ibn Khalaf had said when he was ransomed, "By God, I have a horse which I feed a measure of corn each day, and I shall surely kill Muḥammad upon it." His words reached the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, who replied, "Nay, but I shall kill him, if God so wills." So Ubay charged forth, clad in iron, upon that horse of his, crying, "May I not be saved, if Muḥammad is saved?" And he bore down upon the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him. Musa said, Sa'id ibn al-Musayyib said, men moved to intercept him, but the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, commanded them to clear his path. Musab ibn Umair stepped forward to shield the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and Musab was slain. The messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, caught sight of Ubay's collarbone through a gap between the male coif and the coat of armour, and he thrust his spear into it. Ubay fell from his horse, though no blood flowed from his wound. Sa'id said a rib of his was broken, and it was in this context that the verse was revealed. And you did not throw when you threw, but it was God who threw. 8:17. His companions came to him as he was bellowing like a bull, and they asked, "What is this distress of yours? It is but a scratch." He reminded them of the words of the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him. "Nay, but I shall kill Ubay." Then he said, "By him in whose hand is my soul, if what I bear were to befall the people of Al-Majaz, they would all perish." And he died before he could reach Makkah. And Ibn Ishaq said, Yahya ibn Abbad ibn Abd Allah ibn al-Zubayr narrated to me from his father, from his grandfather, that al-Zubayr said, "By God, I saw myself looking upon the shanks of Hind and her companions, their garments girt high as they fled, with nothing, great or small, to prevent their capture. But then the archers inclined toward the camp, after we had driven the enemy away from it, desiring the spoils. They left our backs exposed to the cavalry, and so we were assailed from our rear. And a crier shouted, "Lo, Muḥammad has been killed!" So we fell back, and the enemy fell upon us after we had struck down the bearers of their standard, until not one of the enemy dared to approach it. Ibn Ishaq said, "Their standard remained fallen until Amra bint Alqama al-Harithiyya took it and raised it for Quraysh, and they rallied around it." And Warqa said from Ibn Abi Naji, from Mujahid, concerning the exalted, saying, "When you were slaying them by his leave," 3152, that is, you were killing them, until you lost heart and fell to disputing about the matter, and disobeyed. 3152, meaning the turning of those among them who turned towards the spoils, while the messenger was calling to you from your rear. 3152, after he had shown you that which you loved. 3152, meaning victory. Then the tide was turned in favour of the idolaters against them on account of their disobedience to the messenger, until the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, cast pebbles at them. And Al-Sudi narrated from Abd Khair, from Abd Allah, who said, "I never thought that any of the companions of the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, desired this world until there was revealed concerning us. Among you are some who desire this world, and among you are some who desire the hereafter." 3152. And Hisham ibn Urwa said from his father, from Aisha, "On the day of Uhud, the idolaters were routed in a clear defeat. But then Iblis cried out, 'O servants of God, to your rear!' So their vanguard turned back and clashed with their own rear guard. Hudhaifa looked and saw his father, Al-Yaman, and cried out, 'My father, my father!' But by God, they did not hold back from him until they had killed him. Hudhaifa said, 'May God forgive you.' Urwa said, 'And by God, a remnant of that goodness remained in Hudhaifa until he met God.' Al-Bukhari recorded this. And Ibn Awn said, from Umayr ibn Ishaq, from Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas, who said, "On the day of Uhud, Hamza was fighting before the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, with 2 swords, proclaiming, 'I am the Lion of God.'" Yunus ibn Bukayr narrated it from Ibn Awn, from Umayr, as a mursal report, and added, "Then he stumbled and fell upon his back, and his coat of armour was lifted from his belly. The Abyssinian slave speared him and disembowelled him." And Abd al-Aziz ibn Abi Salama said from Abdullah ibn al-Fadl al-Hashimi, from Sulaiman ibn Yasar, from Ja'far ibn Amr ibn Umayyah al-Damri, who said, "I went out with Ubaydullah ibn Adi ibn al-Khiyar to Syria. When we reached Hims, Ubaydullah said to me, 'Would you like us to go to Washi and ask him about the killing of Hamza?' I said, 'Indeed.' Washi was residing in Hims, so we asked for him and were told, 'There he is in the shade of his palace, like a bloated wine-skin.' We approached and stood before him for a short while, and we greeted him, and he returned our greeting. Ubaydullah had his turban wrapped in such a way that Wahshi could see nothing but his eyes and his feet. Ubaydullah asked, 'O Wahshi, do you recognize me?' He looked at him and said, 'No, by God, except that I know Adi ibn al-Khiyar married a woman called Fithal bint Abi al-Aiz, and she gave birth to a boy in Makkah, and I sought a wet nurse for him. I carried that boy with his mother and handed him to her, and it is as if I am looking at your feet now.' He said, so Ubaydullah uncovered his face, and then said, 'Will you not tell us of the killing of Hamza?' He said, 'Indeed, Hamza had killed Tu'aymah ibn Adi ibn al-Khiyar at Badr. So my master Jubair ibn Mut'im said to me, If you kill Hamza in revenge for my uncle, then you are a free man. When the people went forth from I-9, and I-9 is a mountain below Uhud, with a valley between it and Uhud, I went out with the people to fight. When they lined up for battle, Sibah came forth and said, "Is there any to challenge me?" Hamza went out to him and said, "O Sibah, O son of the clitoris cutter, do you contend with God and his messenger?" Then he charged him, and he was, as yesterday, gone. He said, "So I lay in wait for Hamza beneath a rock until he passed by me. I threw my javelin at him and placed it in his groin, and it came out of his hip. That was the last I saw of him. When the people returned, I returned with them, and I remained in Makkah until Islam spread therein. Then I went out to Al-Taif." He said, "And they sent messengers to the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and it was said that he does not harm emissaries. So I went out with them. When he saw me, he asked, 'Are you Washi?' I said, 'Yes.' He asked, 'The one who killed Hamza?' I said, 'Yes, the affair was as it has reached you.' He said, 'Can you not keep your face from my sight?' He said, so I turned away. When the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, passed away and Musaylama emerged, I said, 'I shall surely go out to him. Perhaps I can kill him and thereby atone for Hamza.' So I went out with the people, and their affair was what it was. And there was a man standing in a breach in a wall, like an ashen camel, his hair dishevelled. He said, I cast my javelin at him and placed it between his breasts until it emerged from between his shoulder blades. And a man from the Ansar leapt upon him and struck him on the crown of his head with a sword. Suleiman ibn Yasar said, I heard Ibn Umar say, a young girl on the roof of a house cried out, "O, commander of the faithful, the black slave has killed him." Al-Bukhari recorded this. And Ibn Ishaq said, Al-Zuhri mentioned, saying, the first to recognize the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, after the rout and after the people said, the messenger of God has been killed, was Ka'b ibn Malik. He said, I recognized his eyes gleaming from beneath his helmet, and I called out, O company of Muslims, rejoice, this is the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him. He gestured to me to be silent. With him was a group of companions. When he ascended the mountain pass, Ubay ibn Khalaf caught up with him, crying, O Muḥammad, may I not be saved if you are saved? And the rest of the narration. And Hashim ibn Hashim al-Zuhri said, I heard Sa'id ibn al-Musayyib, who heard Sa'ad say, On the day of Uhud, the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, emptied his quiver for me and said, Shoot, may my father and my mother be your ransom. Al-Bukhari recorded this. And Ibn Ishaq said, Yahya ibn Abbad ibn Abdullah narrated to me from his father, from his grandfather, from Al-Zubair, who said, I saw the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, wearing 2 coats of mail on that day. He was unable to ascend a rock on the mountain, so Talha ibn Ubayd Allah sat beneath it, and the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, rose upon him until he was steady upon it. The messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, then said, Talha has earned it paradise. And Humayd and others said, from Anas, who said, Anas ibn al-Nadir, the uncle of Anas ibn Malik, was absent from the battle of Badr. He said, I was absent from the first battle of the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, against the idolaters. If God lets me witness another battle, God shall surely see what I will do. When the day of Uhud came, and the Muslims were routed, he said, O God, I absolve myself before you, of what these meaning the idolaters have brought, and I apologize to you for what these meaning the Muslims have done in their retreat." He walked on with his sword and met Sa'd ibn Mu'adh, and said, "O Sa'd, indeed I perceive the fragrance of paradise from beyond Uhud. Oh, for the fragrance of paradise!" Sa'd said, "O Messenger of God, I was not able to do as he did." Anas ibn Malik said, "We found him among the slain with over 80 wounds from the strike of a sword, the thrust of a spear, and the shot of an arrow. We did not recognize him until his sister recognized him by his fingertips." We used to say that this verse, "Among the believers are men who have been true to their covenant with God," 33:23, was revealed concerning him and his companions. This is agreed upon, but Muslims' version is from the narration of Thabit al-Bunani from Anas. And Muḥammad ibn Amr said from Abu Salama, from Abu Huraira, that Amr ibn Uqaysh had a usurious loan outstanding from the time of ignorance, and he was reluctant to embrace Islam until he had collected it. He came on the day of Uhud and asked, "Where are my cousins?" They said, "At Uhud." So he donned his armour, mounted his horse, and then rode towards them. When the Muslims saw him, they said, "Stay away from us." He replied, "I have indeed believed." He fought until he was wounded and was carried away injured. Sa'd ibn Mu'adh came to him and said to his sister, "Ask him, was it out of zeal for your people, or out of anger for God's cause?" He said, "Nay, it was out of anger for the cause of God and his messenger." He then died and entered paradise, having not prayed a single prayer. Abu Dawud recorded this. And Haywa ibn Shuray al-Misri said, "Abu Sakhr Humayd ibn Ziyad narrated to me that Yahya ibn al-Nadir narrated to him from Abu Qatada, who said, Amr ibn al-Jamuh came to the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and said, O Messenger of God, what is your view if I fight in the way of God until I am killed? Shall I walk with this leg of mine sound in paradise? For he was lame. The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, Yes. So he was killed on the day of Uhud, he, his nephew, and a freedman of theirs. The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, passed by him, and said, It is as if I see you walking with this leg of yours sound in paradise. He commanded that he and his nephew and their freedman be placed in a single grave. And Ibn Uyayna said from Yahya ibn Sa'id, from Ibn al-Musayyib, who said, Abdullah ibn Jahsh said, O God, I adjure you by an oath that I will meet the enemy tomorrow, and they will kill me, then they will rip open my belly and cut off my nose and my ear. Then you will ask me, For what was that? And I will say, For you. Sa'id ibn al-Musayyib said, I truly hope that God will fulfill the latter part of his oath as he fulfilled the first. And al-Zubayr ibn Bakkar narrated in the Woffiat that the sword of Abdullah ibn Jahsh broke, and he said, So the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, gave him a palm branch, and in his hand it became a sword. It came to be known as Al-Urjun, the palm branch, and it was passed down until it was sold to Buga the Turk for 200 dinars. And Abdallah was among the foremost to embrace Islam, having done so before the house of Al-Arqam. He migrated to Abyssinia, he and his brothers, and he witnessed Badr. And Ma'mar said, from Sa'id ibn Abdul Rahman al-Jahshi, Our elders narrated to us that Abdullah ibn Jahsh came to the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, on the day of Uhud, his sword having been lost. The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, gave him a dried palm stalk, and it returned to being a sword in Abdallah's hand. A merciful report. from Kharija ibn Zayd ibn Thabit, from his father, who said, "The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, sent me on the day of Uhud in search of Sa'd ibn Rabi', and said to me, 'If you see him, convey my greetings of peace to him, and say to him, the messenger of God asks you, how do you find yourself?' So I began to search among the slain, and I found him in his last breaths, bearing 70 wounds. I said, 'The messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, sends you greetings of peace, and says to you, inform me, how do you find yourself?' He replied, 'Upon the messenger of God be peace, and upon you. Tell him, O messenger of God, I perceive the fragrance of paradise, and say to my people the Ansar, you will have no excuse before God if any harm reaches the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, while a single eye among you yet blinks.' He said, and then his soul departed." Al-Bayhaqi recorded this. Then he traced it later through the narration of Muḥammad ibn Ishaq, from Muḥammad ibn Abdullah ibn Abdurrahman al-Mazini as a broken chain, so it serves as a witness to what Kharija narrated. And Musa ibn Uqba said, "Then the idolaters withdrew to their baggage, and the Muslims did not know what they intended. The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said, 'If you see them mount their horses and have their baggage follow the tracks of the cavalry, then they intend to approach the houses and the strongholds where the women and children are. And I swear by God, if they do so, I shall surely fall upon them in the heart of it. But if they have mounted their baggage animals and led their horses by their side, then they intend to flee.' When they departed, the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, sent Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas in their tracks. When he returned, he said, 'I saw them proceeding upon their baggage animals with their horses led by their sides.' He said, so the spirits of the people were calmed, and they spread out seeking their slain. They did not find a single slain person, except that he had been mutilated, save for Hanzala ibn Abi Amir, for his father was with the idolaters, and so he was left alone for his sake. They claimed that his father stood over his slain body, pushed his chest with his foot, and then said, 'Two sins have I committed. I had forewarned you of this your final resting place, O Dubays, and by my life you were indeed one who maintained ties of kinship and was dutiful to his father.' And they found Hamza ibn Abdul Muttalib, his belly ripped open and his liver taken. Washi, his killer, had carried it and taken it to Hind bint Utbah in fulfillment of an oath she had sworn when her father was killed on the day of Badr. He was buried in a striped cloak that he wore. When it was pulled up to his head, his feet became bare, so they covered his feet with some foliage. And Al-Zuri said, 'The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said, shroud them in their blood, for there is none who is wounded in God's cause, but that he will come on the day of resurrection with his wound gushing blood, its colour the colour of blood, and its fragrance the fragrance of musk.' And he said, 'The idolaters will never inflict a defeat like this upon us again.' And Abu Sufyan had called out to them as the idolaters departed, 'Your appointed time is the season of Badr.' It was a market that was held at Badr every year. The messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, 'Say to him, yes.' He said, and the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, entered Medina, and there was wailing in the houses. He asked, 'What is this?' They said, 'The women of the Ansar are weeping for their slain.' And a woman approached, carrying her son and her husband on a camel, having tied them with a rope, and then mounted between them. Other slain were carried and buried in the cemeteries of Medina. But he forbade them from that, and said, bury them where they fell. And when he heard the weeping, he said, But Hamza has no one to weep for him. And he prayed for his forgiveness. Sa'd ibn Mu'adh and Ibn Rawaha and others heard this, and they gathered every wailing and weeping woman in Medina, and said, By God, you shall not weep for the slain of the Ansar, until you have wept for the uncle of the Messenger of God. Peace and blessings be upon him. When the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, heard the weeping, he asked, What is this? He was informed, and so he prayed for their forgiveness, and spoke kindly to them, and said, This is not what I intended, and I do not love weeping. And he forbade it. And Yunus said from Ibn Ishaq, who said, Al-Qasim ibn Abd al-Rahman ibn Nafi al-Ansari narrated to me, saying, Anas ibn al-Nadr came upon Umar and Talha, and men who had cast down their arms. He asked, What makes you sit thus? They replied, The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, has been killed. He said, Then what will you do with life after him? Arise and die, for that upon which the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, died. Then he faced the enemy and fought until he was killed. Ibn Ishaq said, And Hanzala ibn Abi Amir had encountered Abu Sufyan ibn Harb. And when Hanzala had overcome him, Shaddad ibn al-Aswad saw him. He struck Hanzala with the sword and killed him. And Asim ibn Umar ibn Qatada narrated to me that the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, Indeed, your companion is being washed by the angels, meaning Hanzala. They asked his family about his state, and his wife was asked. She said, He went out while he was in a state of major ritual impurity when he heard the call to arms. So the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said, For that reason have the angels washed him. And Al-Baqai said from Ibn Ishaq, And the enemy broke through to the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and he was pelted with stones until he fell on his side. His incisor was injured, and he was wounded in his face, and his lip was gashed. The one who struck him was Utbah ibn Abi Waqqas. Humayd al-Tawil narrated to me from Anas, who said, The Prophet's incisor was broken on the day of Uhud, and he was wounded in his face. The blood began to stream down his face, and he would wipe it away, saying, How can a people prosper who have blooded the face of their prophet while he calls them to their Lord? And so it was revealed. Not for you is the decision, whether he turns in mercy to them or punishes them, for they are indeed wrongdoers. 3:128. And Abd al-Aziz ibn Abi Hazim said from his father, from Sahl ibn Sa'd, who said, The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, was wounded, and his incisor was broken, and his helmet was smashed upon his head. Fatima, the daughter of the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, was washing the blood, and Ali was pouring water upon it with his shield. When Fatima saw that the water only increased the flow of blood, she took a piece of a mat and burned it, and when it turned to ash, she applied it to the wound, and the bleeding stopped. Both Bukhari and Muslim recorded this, and Muslim narrated it from the report of Sa'id ibn Abi Hilal, from Abu Hazim, from Sahl, who said, I saw the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, on the day of Uhud. His incisor was injured, and his helmet was smashed. And he mentioned the rest of the narration. And Mama said from Hammam, from Abu Huraira, who said, The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, The wrath of God has become severe upon a people who did this to the Messenger of God. And he gestured to his incisor, The wrath of God has become severe upon a man whom the Messenger of God kills in the way of God. This is agreed upon, And Al-Bukhari has a similar narration from the report of Ikrimah from Ibn Abbas, but in it is, "They bloodied the face of the Messenger of God," instead of the mention of his incisor. And Ibn al-Mubarak said from Ishaq ibn Yahya ibn Talha ibn Ubaid, Allah. Isa ibn Talha informed me from Aisha, who said, "Whenever Abu Bakr mentioned the day of Uhud, he would weep and then say, 'That was a day that belonged entirely to Talha.' Then he began to narrate, saying, 'I was the first to return on the day of Uhud, and I saw a man fighting with the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, defending him. And I believe he said, protecting him. I said to myself, be Talha, since I have missed what I have missed. I said, for a man from my own people to be so would be dearer to me. Between me and the east was a man whom I did not recognize, and I was closer to the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, than he was, yet he was striding forth with a swiftness I could not match. And behold, it was Abu Ubaidah. We reached the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and his incisor had been broken, and he had been wounded in the face, and 2 rings from the links of his helmet had pierced his face. The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, attend to your companion, meaning Talha, who had lost much blood. But we paid no heed to his words, and I went to remove that from his face. But Abu Ubaidah said, I adjure you by my right over you, let me do it. So I left him. He was loath to touch them with his hand, lest he cause pain to the Prophet, so he gripped them with his mouth and extracted one of the rings. His own front tooth fell out with the ring. I then went to do as he had done, but he said, I adjure you by my right over you, let me do it. He did as he had done the first time, and his other front tooth fell out with the ring. And so Abu Ubaidah was one of the most handsome of men with a gap in his teeth. We then tended to the Prophet's condition, peace and blessings be upon him, and then we came to Talha in one of those ditches. He had 70-some wounds, a little more or a little less, from thrusts, arrows and strikes, and his finger had been severed. And so we tended to his condition. And Al-Waqidi narrated from Ibn Abi Sabra, from Ishaq ibn Abdullah ibn Abi Farwa, from Abu al-Huwayrith, from Nafi' ibn Jubair, who said, I heard a man from the emigrants say, I witnessed Uhud, and I saw arrows coming from every direction, with the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, in their midst, and all of them were diverted from him. And I saw Abdullah ibn Shihab al-Zuhri saying on that day, Show me to Muḥammad, for may I not be saved if he is saved. And the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, was at his side with no one else, and then he passed him by. Safwan rebuked him for that, and he replied, By God, I did not see him. I swear by God that he is protected from us. 4 of us went out, and we made a pact and a covenant to kill him, but we could not reach him. Al-Waqidi said, What is established with us is that the one who struck the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, in his cheeks was Ibn Qamiyah, and the one who struck his lips and injured his incisor was Utbah ibn Abi Waqqas. And Ibn Ishaq said, Salih ibn Kaysan narrated to me, from one who narrated to him, from Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas, who said, By God, I have never been as eager to kill anyone as I was to kill Utbah ibn Abi Waqqas. For what I knew of him was that he was a vile character, despised among his people. And what was sufficient for me concerning him was the saying of the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him. The wrath of God is severe upon him who bloodied the face of the Messenger of God. And Ma'mar said from Al-Zuri and from Uthman al-Jazari from Miqsam that the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, supplicated against Utbah when he broke his incisor. O God, do not let the year pass over him until he dies a disbeliever. And the year had not passed over him before he died a disbeliever, destined for the fire. A Mursal report. Ibn Wahb. Amr ibn al-Harith informed us, saying, Umar ibn al-Sayyib narrated to me that it reached him that the father of Abu Sa'id al-Khudri, when the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, was wounded on the day of Uhud, sucked his wound until he had cleansed it, and it appeared white. He was told, Spit it out. He replied, No, by God, I will never spit it out. Then he turned away and fought. The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said, Whoever wishes to look upon a man from the people of paradise, let him look at this one. And he was martyred. Ibn Ishaq said, Hassan ibn Thabit said, When God rewards a people for their deeds, and the most merciful Lord of the Easts gives them victory, may my Lord disgrace you, O Utaib ibn Malik, and may one of the thunderbolts meet you before death. You stretched out your hand to the Prophet with intent, and made his mouth bleed. May you be severed by lightning flashes. Why did you not remember God and the station to which you shall proceed at one of the dire calamities? Ibn Ishaq said, and from Abu Sa'id al-Khudri, that Utbah broke the Prophet's, peace and blessings be upon him, lower right incisor, and wounded his lower lip, and that Abdullah ibn Shihab wounded him on his forehead, and that Ibn Qamiyah wounded his cheek, so that 2 rings from the links of the helmet entered his cheek, and he, peace and blessings be upon him, fell into one of the pits that Abu Amir had dug for the Muslims to fall into. Ali took the hand of the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and Talha lifted him until he stood upright. And Malik ibn Sinan, the father of Abu Sa'id, sucked the blood from his face and then swallowed it. The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, Whosoever's blood touches my blood, the fire will not touch him. A broken-chained report. Al-Baqai said, Ibn Ishaq said, and Asim ibn Umar narrated to me that the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, shot from his bow until its notch broke, so Qatada ibn al-Nu'man took it, and it remained with him. And on that day the eye of Qatada was struck, until it fell upon his cheek. Asim ibn Umar narrated to me that the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, restored it with his hand, and it was the better and sharper of his 2 eyes. And Al-Waqidi said, Musa ibn Ya'qub al-Zam'i narrated to us from his paternal aunt, from her mother, from Al-Miqdad ibn Amr, who said, I would sometimes see the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, standing on the day of Uhud, shooting from his bow and throwing stones until they fell back, while the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, remained firm as he was, in a band of companions who were patient with him. These 2 narrations are weak, and in them is that he shot with the bow. And Sulaiman ibn Aḥmad, a resident of Wasit, said, Muḥammad ibn Shu'aib narrated to us, saying, I heard Ishaq ibn Abdullah ibn Abi Farwa narrated from Iyad ibn Abdullah ibn Sa'd ibn Abi Sarh, from Abu Sa'id al-Khudri, from Qatada ibn al-Nu'man, who was the maternal brother of Abu Sa'id, that his eye was lost on the day of Uhud. So he brought it to the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, who restored it, and it became sound. And Yahya al-Himani said, Abd al-Rahman ibn al-Ghasil narrated to us from Asim ibn Umar ibn Qatada, from his father, from Qatada ibn al-Nu'man, that his eye was struck on the day of Badr, and his eyeball fell onto his cheek. They wanted to cut it off, but they asked the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, who said, no. He then called for him and pressed his eyeball with his palm. He could not thereafter tell which of his eyes had been struck. Thus said Ibn al-Ghasil, the day of Badr. And Musa ibn Uqba said, verily, Abu Hudhaifa ibn al-Yaman, whose name is Husayl ibn Jubair, an ally of the Ansar, was struck by the Muslims they claimed in the battle, not knowing who struck him. So Hudayfa forgave his blood to whoever had struck him. Musa said, and the total of those martyred from among the Muslims was 49 men, and there were killed of the idolaters 16 men. And Ibn Lahiya said, from Abu al-Aswad, from Urwa, who said, Ubay ibn Khalaf charged the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, intending to kill him, but Musab ibn Umair met him, and Musab was killed. The messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, saw Ubay's collarbone and speared him with his javelin. He fell from his horse, but no blood came from it. His companions came to him and carried him away while he was bellowing. And Al-Zuhri narrated a similar account from Ibn al-Musayyib. And Al-Waqidi mentioned it from Yunus ibn Muḥammad, from Asim ibn Umar ibn Qatada, from Abdullah ibn Ka'b ibn Malik, from his father. Al-Waqidi said, and Ibn Umar used to say, my father died in the valley of Rabigh, and as I was travelling through the valley of Rabigh, after a portion of the night had passed, a fire blazed up before me, and I was frightened by it. And behold, a man emerged from it in a chain, which he was dragging, crying out, thirst! And another man was saying, do not give him drink, for this is a man slain by the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him. This is Ubay ibn Khalaf. And Abd al-Rahman ibn Abi al-Zinad said from his father, from Ubaydullah ibn Abdullah ibn Utbah, from Ibn Abbas, who said, the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, was not granted victory in any battle, as he was granted victory on the day of Uhud. We found that strange. So Ibn Abbas said, between me and whoever denies this is the Book of God. Indeed, God the Exalted says concerning the day of Uhud, and God did indeed fulfill his promise to you when you were slaying them by his leave. 3:152. And al-has means killing until you lost heart and fell to disputing about the matter and disobeyed after he had shown you that which you loved. 3:152, the verse. And by this he meant the archers. This is because the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, stationed them in a place and said, guard our backs. If you see us being killed, do not come to our aid, and if you see us taking spoils, do not join us. When the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, gained spoils, and the army of the idolaters turned back, the archers descended and entered the camp to plunder, while the ranks of the companions of the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, had become entangled, and he interlaced his fingers, and they were in confusion. When the archers abandoned that gap where they were, the cavalry entered from that place upon the companions of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, and they struck one another and were in disarray. And many of the Muslims were killed. The messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and his companions had the upper hand in the early part of the day, until 7 or 9 of the bearers of the idolater's standard were killed. And the Muslims made a turn towards the mountain, and Satan cried out, Muḥammad has been killed. There was no doubt that it was true, and he narrated the rest of the account. And Sa'id ibn Abi Aruba said from Qatada, from Anas, from Abu Talha, who said, I was among those who were overcome by drowsiness on the day of Uhud, until my sword fell from my hand several times. Al-Bukhari recorded this. And Hammad ibn Salama said from Thabit, from Anas, from Abu Talha, who said, I raised my head on the day of Uhud, and I began to look, and there was not a single one of them who was not swaying under his shield from drowsiness. And that is his saying, then, after the distress, he sent down upon you a feeling of security, a slumber. 354, the verse. And Yahya ibn Abbad ibn Abdullah ibn al-Zubayr said, from his father, from his grandfather, from al-Zubayr, who said, By God, it is as if I hear the words of Mu'attib ibn Qushayr, while drowsiness was overcoming me, and I heard it from him only as in a dream, as he was saying, If we had had any say in the matter, we would not have been killed here. 3154. And al-Zuhri narrated from Abd al-Rahman ibn al-Miswar ibn Makhrama, from his father, who said, Sleep was cast upon us on the day of Uhud. And Ibn Ishaq said, from Asim ibn Omar and al-Zuhri and a group of others, who said, The day of Uhud was a day of trial and purification, by which God tested the believers and by which he exposed the hypocrites from among those who professed Islam with their tongues. It was a day on which God honoured more than one with martyrdom, and among what was revealed of the Qur'an concerning the day of Uhud were 60 verses from the chapter of Al-Amrani. And Al-Madaini said, from Salam ibn Miskin, from Qatada, from Sa'id ibn al-Musayyib, who said, The banner of the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, on the day of Uhud was a black cloak that had belonged to Aisha. The banner of the Ansar was called Al-Uqab, the eagle. On the right flank was Ali, and on the left was Al-Mundir ibn Amr al-Sa'idi. Al-Zubayr ibn al-Awwam was in command of the infantry, though some say it was Al-Miqdad ibn Amr, and Hamza ibn Abd al-Muttalib was in command of the centre. And the standard of Quraysh was with Talha ibn Abi Talha, and Ali, may God be pleased with him, killed him. Sa'd ibn Abi Talha then took the standard, and Sa'd ibn Malik killed him. Then Uthman ibn Abi Talha took it, and Asim ibn Thabit ibn Abi al-Aqla killed him. Then Al-Julas ibn Talha took it, and Ibn Abi al-Aqla killed him also. Then Kilab and Al-Harith, the two sons of Talha, took it, and Quzman, an ally of Banu Zafar, killed them. And Arta ibn Abd Shurahbil al-Abdari was killed by Mus'ab ibn Umair. Abu Zayd ibn Umair al-Abdari then took it, though it is said it was an Abyssinian slave of Banu Abdul-Dar, and Quzman killed him. Ibn Ishaq said, And the standard remained, with no one to take it, and the defeat was upon Quraysh. And Marwan ibn Muawiyah al-Fazari said, Abd al-Wahid ibn Ayman narrated to us, saying, Ubayd ibn Rifa'ah al-Zuraqi narrated to us from his father, who said, When the day of Uhud came, and the idolaters turned back, the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, Form ranks, so that I may praise my Lord. They formed rows behind him, and he said, O God, to you is all praise. O God, there is no one to withhold what you have given, nor to bring near what you have distanced, nor to distance what you have brought near, nor to prevent what you have granted, nor to grant what you have prevented. O God, spread upon us your blessings. I ask of you the enduring bliss that neither changes nor ceases. O God, I seek refuge with you from the evil of what you have given us, and the evil of what you have withheld from us. O God, endear faith to us, and adorn it in our hearts, and make disbelief, wickedness, and disobedience hateful to us, and make us among the rightly guided. O God, cause us to die as Muslims, and grant us life as Muslims, and join us with the righteous, not disgraced nor put to trial. O God, fight the disbelievers who turn people away from your path and deny your messengers, and send down upon them your wrath and your punishment. O God, fight the disbelievers who were given the scripture, O God of truth. This is a strange and uncommon narration recorded by Al-Bukhari in Al-Adab from Ali ibn al-Madini from Marwan. The number of the martyrs. It has already been mentioned that Al-Bukhari recorded from the narration of Al-Bara that the idolaters struck down 70 of us. And Aḥmad ibn Salama said, from Thabit, from Anas, who said, O Lord of the 70 of the Ansar, 70 on the day of Uhud, 70 on the day of Bir Ma'una, 70 on the day of Muta, and 70 on the day of Yamama. And Abd al-Rahman ibn Harmla said, from Sa'id ibn al-Musayyib, who said, 70 of the Ansar were killed in 3 battles, 70 in each, the day of Uhud, the day of Yamama, and the day of the bridge of Abu Ubaid. And Ibn Jurayj said, Umar ibn Atta informed me, from Ikrimah, from Ibn Abbas, concerning his, the exalted, saying, you had inflicted twice as much. 165, he said, on the day of Badr, the Muslims killed 70 of the idolaters and took 70 captive. And on the day of Uhud, the idolaters killed 70 of the Muslims. As for Ibn Lahiyah, from Abu al-Aswad, from Urwa, he said, the total of those killed with the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, on the day of Uhud, from Quraysh and the Ansar, was 44, or he said 47 men. And the total of those killed on the day of Uhud, meaning from the idolaters, was 19 men. And Musa ibn Uqba said, the total of those martyred from among the Muslims, from Quraysh and the Ansar, was 47 men. And Ibn Ishaq said, the total of those martyred from among the Muslims, from the emigrants and the Ansar, on the day of Uhud, was 65 men. And the total of the idolaters killed was 22. I say the statement of those who said 70 is more correct, and the statement of the biographers is to be understood as referring to the number of martyrs whose names were known, for they enumerated the names of the martyrs with their lineages. Ibn Ishaq said, among the emigrants who were martyred were Hamza and Abd Allah ibn Jash ibn Riyab al-Asadi, an ally of Banu Abd Shams, and he was the son of the paternal aunt of the Messenger of God. Peace and blessings be upon him. He was buried with Hamza in a single grave. And Mus'ab ibn Umair and Uthman ibn Uthman, whose nickname was Shammas, and he was Uthman ibn Sharid, ibn Suwaid, ibn Harami, ibn Amir, ibn Makhzum, al-Qurashi, al-Makhzumi, the nephew of Utbah ibn Rabi'ah. He migrated to Abyssinia and witnessed Badr. He was nicknamed Shammas for his handsomeness. And from the Ansar, Amr ibn Mu'adh ibn al-Nu'man al-Awsi, the brother of Sa'ad, and his nephew Al-Harith ibn Aus ibn Mu'adh, and Al-Harith ibn Anis ibn Rafi', and Umara ibn Ziyad ibn al-Sakan, and Salama and Amr, the 2 sons of Thabit ibn Waqsh, and their paternal uncle Rifa'ah ibn Waqsh, and Sayfi ibn Qayzi, and his brother Hubab, and Abad ibn Sahal, and Ubayd ibn al-Tayyihan, and Habib ibn Zayd, and Iyas ibn Aus, the Ashalis, and Al-Yaman, the father of Hudhayfa, an ally of theirs, and Yazid ibn Hatib ibn Umayyah al-Zafari, and Abu Sufyan ibn al-Harith ibn Qays, and the one washed by the angels, Hanzala ibn Abi Amir al-Rahib, and Malik ibn Umayyah, and Auf ibn Amr, and Abu Hayya ibn Amr ibn Thabit, and Abdullah ibn Jubair ibn al-Nu'man, the commander of the archers, and Anas ibn Qatada, and Khaythama, the father of Sa'd ibn Khaythama, and his ally, Abdullah ibn Salam al-Ajlani, and Subay ibn Hatib ibn al-Harith, and his ally, Malik ibn Aus, and Umair ibn Adi al-Khatmi. All of them were from the Aws, and from the Khazraj were martyred. Amr ibn Qays al-Najjari and his son Qays, and Thabit ibn Amr ibn Zayd, and Amir ibn Makhlad, and Abu Hubayra ibn al-Harith ibn al-Qamah, and Amr ibn Mutarrif, and Iyas ibn Adi, and Aws, the brother of Hassan ibn Thabit, and he is the father of Shaddad ibn Aws, and Anas ibn al-Nadr ibn Damdam, and Qais ibn Makhlad. And their 10 were from Banu al-Najjar, and a slave of theirs named Kaysan, and Salim ibn al-Harith, and Nu'man ibn Abd Amr, and they were from Banu Dinar ibn al-Harith. And from Banu al-Harith ibn al-Khazraj, Kharija ibn Zayd ibn Abi Zuhair, and Sa'd ibn al-Rabi' ibn Amr ibn Abi Zuhair, and Aus ibn Arqam ibn Zayd, the brother of Zayd ibn Arqam. And from Banu Khudra, Malik ibn Sinan, and Sa'id ibn Suwaid, and Utbah ibn Rabi'. And from Banu Sa'ida, Tha'laba ibn Sa'd ibn Malik, and Thuqf ibn Farwa, and Abdullah ibn Amr ibn Wahb, and Damra, an ally of theirs, from Juhayna. And from Banu Auf ibn al-Khazraj, then from Banu Salim, Amr ibn Iyas, and Nawfal ibn Abdullah, and Ubadah ibn al-Hashas, and Al-Abbas ibn Ubadah ibn Nadla, and Al-Nu'man ibn Malik, and Al-Mujaddar ibn Ziyad al-Balawi, an ally of theirs, and from Banu al-Hubuli, Rifa'ah ibn Amr, and from Banu Sawad ibn Malik, Malik ibn Iyas, and from Banu Salama, Abdullah ibn Amr ibn Haram, and Amr ibn al-Jamuh ibn Zayd ibn Haram. They were sworn brothers and brothers-in-law, and were buried in a single grave. And Khalad ibn Amr ibn al-Jamuh, and his freedman Usair, Abu Ayman, the freedman of Amr, and from Banu Sawad ibn Ghunm, Sulaym ibn Amr ibn Hudayda, and his freedman Antara and Suhail ibn Qais, and from Banu Zurayq, Dakwan ibn Abd Qais, and Ubayd ibn al-Mu'alla ibn Lawdan. Ibn Ishaq said, and Asim ibn Umar ibn Qatada claimed that Thabit ibn Waqsh was killed on that day with his 2 sons. And Al-Waqidi mentioned a group who were killed besides those we have mentioned. And Al-Bakai said, Ibn Ishaq said from Mahmud ibn Labid, who said, when the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, went out to Uhud, Husayl ibn Jabir, the father of Hudhaifa ibn al-Yaman, and Thabit ibn Waqsh were placed in the strongholds with the women and children. One of them said to the other, and they were 2 elderly men, woe to you! What are we waiting for? By God, all that remains of the life of either of us is but the thirst of a donkey. We are but spectres of today or tomorrow. Shall we not take our swords and then join the messenger of God? Peace and blessings be upon him. Perhaps God will grant us martyrdom with his messenger. So they went out until they entered among the people, and no one was aware of them. As for Thabit, the idolaters killed him. As for Husayl, the Muslims killed him, not recognizing him. He said, and Asim ibn Umar ibn Qatada narrated to me, saying, there was among us a man of unknown origin, called Kuzman, and the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, used to say whenever he was mentioned to him, indeed, he is from the people of the fire. When the day of Uhud came, he alone killed 8 or 7 of the idolaters, and he was a man of great might. But the wounds overcame him, and he was carried to the house of Banu Zafar. They began to say to him, by God, you have fought valiantly today, O Kuzman, so receive good tidings. He said, of what should I receive good tidings? By God, I fought only for the honour of my people, and were it not for that, I would not have fought. When his wounds became severe, he took an arrow and killed himself with it. Ibn Ishaq said, and among those killed on that day was Mukhayriq, who was one of Banu Tha'laba ibn al-Aytun. When the day of Uhud came, he said, "O company of Jews, by God, you well know that the victory of Muhammad is a truth incumbent upon you." They said, "But today is the Sabbath." He said, "There is no Sabbath." He took his sword and his gear, and said, "If I am killed, then my wealth is for Muhammad, to do with as he pleases." Then he went forth to the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, and fought with him until he was killed. The messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, as we have been told, "Muḥayyrik is the best of the Jews." And Hind bint Utbah and the women with her fell upon the slain, mutilating them, cutting off ears and noses, until Hind fashioned anklets from the ears and noses of the men. She cut open Hamzah's liver and chewed it, but she could not swallow it, so she spat it out. Then she climbed upon a prominent rock and cried out at the top of her voice, "We have repaid you for the day of Badr, and war after war is a thing of fierce blaze. I could not have patience for Utbah, nor for my brother, his uncle, and my firstborn. I have soothed my breast and fulfilled my vow. You have soothed, O Washi, the burning in my breast." And of the idolaters were killed, as mentioned by Ibn Ishaq, 11 men from Banu Abdul-Dar, and they are Talha, Abu Sa'id, and Uthman, the sons of Abu Talha, Abdullah ibn Abdul Uzza, and their freedman, Suab, and the sons of the aforementioned Talha, Musafi, Al-Harith, Al-Julas, and Kilab, and Abu Zayd ibn Umayr, the brother of Musab ibn Umayr, and his cousin, Arta ibn Shurahbil ibn Hashim, and their cousin, Qasit ibn Shuray. And from Banu Asad, Abd Allah ibn Humayd ibn Zuhair al-Asadi, and Siba ibn Abd al-Uzza al-Khuza'i, an ally of Banu Asad, and 4 from Banu Makhzum, the brother of Salama, Hisham ibn Abi Umayyah ibn al-Mughira, and Al-Walid ibn al-As ibn Hisham ibn al-Mughira, and Abu Umayyah ibn Abi Hudayfa ibn al-Mughira, and their ally Khalid ibn al-A'lam, and from Banu Zuhra, Abu al-Hakam ibn al-Akhnas ibn Sharik, an ally of theirs, and from Banu Juma, Ubay ibn Khalaf, and Abu Azza, Amr ibn Abdullah ibn Umayr. The messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, ordered his execution by beheading, and that was because he had been taken captive on the day of Badr, and the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, had released him without ransom due to his poverty, and had taken a pledge from him that he would not aid the enemy against him. But he broke the covenant and was captured on the day of Uhud. The messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, "By God, you will not stroke your cheeks in Mecca, saying, 'I deceived Muhammad twice.'" And he ordered him to be beheaded. It is said that no other captive was taken. And from Banu Amir ibn Wa'i, Ubayd ibn Jabir, and Shayba ibn Malik, and Sulaiman ibn Bilal said, from Abd al-A'la ibn Abdullah ibn Abi Farwa, from Qatan ibn Wahb, from Ubayd ibn Umayr, from Abu Hurairah, and Hatim ibn Ismail narrated it. From Abd al-A'la, sometimes with a broken chain, and sometimes with a full chain from Abu Dhar, instead of Abu Hurairah, that the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, when he departed from Uhud, passed by Musab ibn Run, Umay, who was slain upon his path. He stood over him and supplicated for him. Then he recited, "Among the believers are men who have been true to their covenant with God. Of them some have fulfilled their obligations, and some of them are still waiting, but they have never changed in the least." 33:23. Then he said, "I bear witness that these are martyrs in the sight of God on the day of resurrection. So come to them and visit them. By him in whose hand is my soul, no one will greet them with peace until the day of resurrection, but that they will return his greeting." And Ibn Ishaq said, Muḥammad ibn Ja'far ibn al-Zubayr narrated to me, and Buraidah ibn Sufyan narrated it to me, from Muḥammad ibn Ka'b, who said, "When the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, saw what had been done to Hamza by way of mutilation, his nose was cut off and his body desecrated, he said, 'Were it not that Safiya would be grieved, and it would become a custom after me, he would not be buried until he was in the bellies of wild beasts and the crops of birds.'" And Buraidah narrated to me from Muḥammad ibn Ka'b, who said, "The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, 'If I am victorious over Quraysh, I shall surely mutilate 30 of them.'" When the companions of the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, saw his grief, they said, "If we are victorious over them, we shall surely mutilate them with a mutilation the likes of which no Arab has ever inflicted upon anyone." So God the Exalted revealed, "And if you punish, then punish with the like of that with which you were afflicted." 16:126 to the end of the chapter. So the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, forgave. And Ibn Ishaq narrated from his teachers who related the story of Uhud, that Safiya came to look upon Hamza, and he was her full brother. So the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said to her son Al-Zubayr, "Meet her and send her back, lest she see what has befallen her brother." He met her and said, "O mother, the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, commands you to return." She said, "And why?" "It has reached me that my brother has been mutilated, and that is in the cause of God. We are well pleased with what has happened. I shall bear it with patience and forbearance, if God wills." So Al-Zubayr came and informed him of her words. He said, "Then let her pass." So she came to him, looked upon him, and uttered the words of return to God, and sought forgiveness for him. Then he ordered him to be buried. And Abu Bakr ibn Ayyash said, from Yazid ibn Abi Ziyad, from Miqsam, from Ibn Abbas, who said, when Hamza was killed, Safiya approached. She met Ali and Al-Zubayr, and they made it seem to her as if they did not know. So she came to the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, who said, "I fear for her sanity." He placed his hand upon her chest and supplicated for her. She uttered the words of return and wept. Then he came and stood over him, and he had been mutilated. He said, "Were it not for the grief of the women, I would have left him until he was gathered from the crops of birds and the bellies of wild beasts." Then he ordered the slain to be brought, and he would pray over them with 7 takbirs, and they would be lifted, and Hamza would be left. Then 7 more would be brought, and he would pronounce 7 takbirs over them, until he had finished with all of them. And the narration of Jabir that the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, did not pray over them is more correct. And in the 2 Sahihs, from the narration of Uqba ibn Amir, that the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, prayed over the martyrs of Uhud his prayer for the deceased. So God knows best. Uthman ibn Umar and Rawh ibn Ubadah, with the chain of Al-Hakim in Al-Mustadrak to them. Usama ibn Zayd narrated to us from Al-Zuhri, from Anas, who said, when the day of Uhud came, the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, passed by Hamza, and he had been mutilated and desecrated. He said, "Were it not that Safiya would be grieved, I would have left him until God resurrected him from the bellies of birds and wild beasts." He shrouded him in a striped cloak, and he did not pray over any of the martyrs other than him. The rest of the narration. And Yahya al-Himani said, Qais, that is, Ibn al-Rabi, narrated to us from Ibn Abi Layla, from Al-Hakam, from Miqsam, from Ibn Abbas, who said, "The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said on the day Hamza was killed and mutilated, 'If I am victorious over Quraysh, I shall surely mutilate 70 of them.' Then it was revealed, 'And if you punish, then punish with the like of that with which you were afflicted.' 16:126, the verse. So the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, 'Nay, we shall be patient, O Lord.' Its chain of narration is weak on account of Qais, and a similar account was narrated by Hajjaj ibn Minhal and others, from Salih al-Murri, and he is weak, from Sulayman al-Taymi, from Abu Uthman al-Nahdi, from Abu Hurairah. And he added, "He looked upon a sight, and he had never looked upon anything more grievous to his heart than it." Muḥammad ibn Sa'id al-Qadi informed us. He said, "Al-Hasan ibn Aḥmad al-Zahid informed us in Jerusalem in the year 629. He said, Ahmad ibn Muḥammad al-Silafi informed us. He said, Abu Bakr Ahmad ibn Ali informed us. He said, Al-Hasan ibn Ahmad ibn Ibrahim informed us. He said, Abdullah ibn Ja'far al-Farisi informed us. He said, Yaqub al-Fasawi narrated to us. He said, Abdullah ibn Uthman narrated to us. He said, Isa ibn Ubayd al-Kindi narrated to us. He said, Rabi ibn Anas narrated to me, saying, Abu al-Aliyah narrated to me from Ubay ibn Ka'b, that on the day of Uhud 64 of the Ansar were killed, and 6 of the emigrants were killed, among them Hamza. They mutilated their slain. The Ansar said, if we get a day against them in the future, we shall surely outdo them. When the day of the conquest of Makkah came, an unknown man called out, No Quraysh after today, twice. Then God revealed to his prophet, Peace and blessings be upon him. And if you punish, then punish with the like of that with which you were afflicted. 16:126, the verse. The prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said, Hold back from the people. And Yunus ibn Bukhayr said, from Hisham ibn Urwa, from his father, who said, Safiya came on the day of Uhud, and with her were 2 garments for Hamza. When the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, saw her, he was averse to her seeing Hamza in his state, so he sent Al-Zubayr to her to hold her back, and took the 2 garments. Next to Hamza was a slain man from the Ansar, and they were reluctant to favour Hamza, so he said, Cast lots between them, and whichever of them is allotted the better of the 2 garments, it is his. So they cast lots between them, and Hamza was shrouded in 1 garment, and the Ansari in the other. And Yunus said, from Ibn Ishaq, Al-Zuhri narrated to me, from Abdullah ibn Tha'laba ibn Su'ayr, who said, When the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, looked upon the slain of Uhud, he said, I am a witness over these. There is no wounded person who is wounded in God's cause, but that he will be resurrected on the day of resurrection, with his wound gushing blood, its colour the colour of blood, and its scent the scent of musk. See which of them has gathered the most of the Qur'an, and place him before his companion in the grave. So they would bury 2 or 3 in a single grave. Ibn Ishaq said, And my father narrated to me, from men of Banu Salama, that the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said when Amr ibn al-Jamuh and Abdullah ibn Amr ibn Haram were slain, Join them together, for they were devoted friends in the world. My father said, and elders from the Ansar narrated to me, saying, When Muawiyah dug his canal that passed over the graves of the martyrs, we called for help for them, and it had burst upon them in their grave. We exhumed them, and upon them were 2 cloaks with which their faces had been covered, and on their feet was some of the vegetation of the earth. We exhumed them as if they were flexing their limbs, as if they had been buried only yesterday. And this is Amr ibn al-Jamuh, ibn Zayd ibn Haram, ibn Ka'b, ibn Ghunm al-Ansari al-Salami, the chieftain of Banu Salama. Ibn Sa'd and others said, he witnessed Badr, and his son Mu'adh ibn Amr ibn al-Jamuh is the one who severed the leg of Abu Jahl, and the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, awarded his spoils to Mu'adh. And Amr ibn al-Jamuh was the husband of the sister of Abd Allah ibn Amr ibn Haram. Thabit al-Bunani from Ikrimah, who said, Manat was in the house of Amr ibn al-Jamuh. When Mus'ab ibn Umair came to Medina, Amr sent to them asking, What is this that you have brought to us? They said, If you wish, we will come and let you hear. He appointed a time with them, and they came. He recited to him Alif, Lam, Ra. These are the verses of the clear book, 12:1. And he recited what God willed him to recite. He said, We have a consultation with our people, and he was the chieftain of Banu Salama. They left, and he went into Manat and said, O Manat, you know, by God, that the people intend no one but you. Do you have any objection? He said, so he girded him with a sword and went out. His family arose and took the sword. He came and found that they had taken the sword and said, O Manat, where is the sword? Woe to you! Even the she-goat protects her rear. By God, I see no good in Abu Ji'ar tomorrow. Then he said to them, I'm going to my property, so look after Manat well. He left, and they broke Manat and tied him to a dead dog. When he returned, he saw Manat, so he sent for his people, and they came to him. He said, Are you not upon what I am upon? They said, Yes, you are our chieftain. He said, Then I call you to witness that I have believed in Muhammad. When the day of Uhud came, the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said, Arise to a garden whose breadth is the heavens and the earth. He stood up, though he was lame, and fought until he was killed. Abu Salih from Abu Huraira said, The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, An excellent man is Amr ibn al-Jamuh. And Muḥammad ibn Muslim narrated from Amr ibn Dinar, and Fitr ibn Khalifa narrated from Habib ibn Abi Thabit and others, that the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, asked, O Banu Salama, who is your chieftain? They said, Al-Jad ibn Qays, though we consider him miserly. He said, And what ailment is more grievous than miserliness? Nay, your chieftain is the fair-skinned, generous Amr ibn al-Jamuh. And Al-Waqidi has said, He did not witness Badr, and when he intended to go out to Uhud, his sons prevented him, saying, God has excused you, for you have a limp. He came to the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, and informed him. He said, As for you, God has indeed excused you. But he said to his sons, Do not prevent him. Perhaps God will grant him martyrdom. So he went out and was martyred, he and his son Khalad. Israel, from Sa'id ibn Masruq, from Abu al-Duha, that Amr ibn al-Jamuh said to his sons, You denied me paradise on the day of Badr. By God, if I remain, I shall surely enter paradise. When the day of Uhud came, he was in the front ranks. And Aḥmad ibn Zayd said, From Ayub, from Abu al-Zubayr, from Jabir, who said, We were called to our slain on the day of Uhud, and that was when Muawiyah ran the canal. We came to them and exhumed them. Their limbs were supple and moist after 40 years. Aḥmad said, and a companion of mine added for me in the narration, The foot of Hamza was struck, and blood gushed forth. And Ibn Uyayna said, from Al-Aswad, from Nubay al-Anazi, from Jabir, that the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, ordered that the slain of Uhud be returned to their places of death. And Abu Awana said, Al-Aswad ibn Qays narrated to us, from Nubay al-Anazi from Jabir, who said, The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, went out to the idolaters to fight them. My father said to me, There is no harm in you being among the spectators until you know what will become of our affair. By God, were it not that I am leaving daughters behind me, I would have loved for you to be killed before my eyes. While I was among the spectators, my paternal aunt came with my father and my maternal uncle, balancing them on a camel. She entered Medina with them to bury them in our cemeteries. A man came crying out, Lo, the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, commands you to return with the slain and bury them in their places of death. While I was in the caliphate of Muawiyah, a man came to me and said, O Jabir, by God, the workers of Muawiyah have uncovered your father, and a part of him has become exposed. He said, I came to him and found him just as I had left him. Nothing of him had changed, except what the burial cloth does not leave. So I reinterred him. And Hussein al-Muallim said, from Atta, from Jabir, who said, When Uhud was imminent, my father said, I see myself as none other than being killed, and I leave no one behind me dearer to me than you, save for the person of the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him. I have a debt, so pay it, and be good to your sisters. We awoke, and he was the first to be killed. I buried another with him in a grave, but then my soul was not content to leave him with another, so I exhumed him after 6 months, and he was as on the day I placed him, but for a small part of his ear. Al-Bukhari recorded this. And Al-Zuhri said from Abd al-Rahman ibn Ka'b ibn Malik from Jabir that the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, would join 2 men from the slain of Uhud in one cloth. Then he would ask, which of them had a greater grasp of the Qur'an? When one of them was indicated to him, he would place him first in the grave. And he said, I am a witness over these on the day of resurrection. He ordered them to be buried in their blood, and he did not pray over them, nor were they washed. Al-Bukhari recorded this from Qutaybah, from Al-Layth, from him. And Ayyub said from Humayd ibn Hilal, from Hisham ibn Amir, who said, they said on the day of Uhud, O Messenger of God, we have been afflicted by wounds and exhaustion, so what do you command? He said, dig and make them wide and deep, and place 2 and 3 in a grave, and place foremost the one with the most of the Qur'an. And some of them say, Humayd ibn Hilal, from Sa'd ibn Hisham ibn Amir, from his father. And Shu'bah said, from Ibn al-Munkadir, I heard Jabir say, when my father was killed, I began to weep and uncover the cloth from him. And the companions of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, began to forbid me. But the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, did not forbid me. He said, do not weep for him, or why do you weep for him? The angels did not cease to shade him with their wings until you lifted him. Both Bukhari and Muslim recorded this. And Al-Bukhari recorded from the narration of Jabir that the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, ordered that the slain of Uhud be buried in their blood, and they were not washed, nor was the funeral prayer offered for them. He would join 2 men in a single cloth. Then he would ask, which of them had a greater grasp of the Qur'an? When one of them was indicated to him, he would place him first in the grave. And Ali ibn al-Madini said, Musa ibn Ibrahim al-Ansari narrated to us, he heard Talha ibn Khirash say, I heard Jabir ibn Abdullah say, the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, looked at me and said, "Why do I see you distressed?" I said, "O messenger of God, my father was killed and left behind a debt and a family." He said, "Shall I not tell you? God has never spoken to anyone except from behind a veil, but he spoke to your father face to face. He said to him, 'O my servant, ask of me, and I shall give you.' He said, 'I ask you to return me to the world so that I may be killed in your cause a second time.' He said, 'It has already been decreed by me that they shall not return to it.' He said, 'O Lord, then convey to those behind me.' So God, the mighty and majestic, revealed, 'And do not think of those who have been killed in the way of God as dead. Nay, they are alive.'" 3:169, the verse. A similar account is narrated from Urwa, from Aisha, and the father of Jabir was one of the chieftains of the Ansar who witnessed Badr, and he was one of the delegates on the night of Al-Aqaba. He was Abdullah ibn Amr ibn Haram ibn Tha'laba ibn Haram ibn Ka'b ibn Ghunm ibn Ka'b ibn Salama, and his mother was Al-Rabab bint Qais from Banu Salama. His son Jabir witnessed Al-Aqaba with him. And Ibrahim ibn Sa'd said from his father, from his grandfather, who said food was brought to Ibn Auf, and he said, "Mus'ab ibn Umair was killed, and he was better than me, and nothing was found for him but a cloak to be shrouded in. I think naught but that our good things have been hastened for us in our worldly life." Al-Bukhari recorded this. And Al-Amash said from Abu Wa'il, from Khabbab, who said, "We migrated with the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, seeking the countenance of God, so our reward became incumbent upon God. Among us were those who departed without having partaken of their reward, and among them was Mus'ab ibn Umair, who was killed on the day of Uhud, and he had nothing but a striped cloak. When we covered his head, his feet would be exposed, and when we covered his feet, his head would be exposed. So the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, 'Cover his head with it, and place upon his feet some of the idkir grass.' And among us are those for whom their fruit has ripened, and they are harvesting it. This is agreed upon." And Yunus said, from Ibn Ishaq, "Abd al-Wahid ibn Abi Awn narrated to me, from Ismail ibn Muḥammad ibn Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas, who said, there was a woman from the Ansar, from Banu Dhibyan, whose husband and brother were killed on the day of Uhud. When they were announced to her, she said, 'What has befallen the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him?' They said, 'He is well, O mother of so-and-so.' She said, 'Show him to me, so that I may look upon him.' They pointed him out to her, and when she saw him, she said, 'Every calamity after you is insignificant.' This can also mean great in other contexts. And from Abu Barza, that Julaybib was from the Ansar. The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said one day to a man, 'Marry your daughter to me.' He said, 'Yes, and with pleasure.' He said, 'I do not want her for myself.' He asked, 'Then for whom?' He said, 'For Julaybib.' He said, 'Until I consult her mother.' He came to her, and she replied, 'To the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him.' He said, 'He only wants your daughter for Julaybib.' She said, 'Julaybib? No, by my life I will not marry her to him.' When her father rose to go to the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, the girl said from her chamber to her parents, 'Who has sought my hand?' They said, 'The Messenger of God.' She said, 'And do you refuse his command? Entrust me to the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, for he will not let me go to waste.' Her father went to the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, and said, Do with her as you will." So he married her to Julaybib and supplicated for them. While the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, was on a military campaign, he asked, "Do you miss anyone?" They said, "We miss so-and-so and so-and-so." He said, "But I miss Julaybib, so search for him." They looked and found him beside 7 whom he had killed, and then they had killed him. The messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, "This one is from me, and I am from him." He killed 7, and then they killed him. They placed him on his forearms and then dug for him. He had no bier but the forearms of the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, until he placed him in his grave. Thabit al-Bunani said, "And there was no widow among the Ansar more prosperous than she." Muslim recorded this from the narration of Aḥmad ibn Salama, from Thabit, from Kinana ibn Nu'aym, from Abu Barza, and Al-Amash said from Abdullah ibn Murrah, from Masruq. We asked Abdullah ibn Mas'ud about his, the Exalted's, saying, "And do not think of those who have been killed in the way of God as dead." 169. He said, "As for us, we asked about that, and he said, their souls are in the bellies of green birds that roam in paradise, wherever they wish. Then they return to lanterns hung from the throne." He said, "While they were in that state, your Lord looked upon them and said, 'Ask of me whatever you wish.' They said, 'O our Lord, what should we ask of you? We roam in paradise wherever we wish.' When they saw that they would not be left without being asked, they said, 'We ask you to return our souls to our bodies in the world so that we may be killed in your cause.' When he saw that they asked for nothing but this, they were left. Muslim recorded this. And Abdullah ibn Idris said, from Muḥammad ibn Ishaq, from Ismail ibn Umayyah, from Abu al-Zubayr, from Sa'id ibn Jubayr, from Ibn Abbas, who said, "The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said, 'When your brothers were killed at Uhud, God placed their souls in the bellies of green birds that visit the rivers of paradise and eat of its fruits, and they take shelter in lanterns of gold hung in the shade of the throne. When they found the goodness of their food and drink and their resting place, they said, "Who will inform our brothers about us that we are alive in paradise, being provided for, so that they do not hold back from war and do not abstain from jihad?" God, the Exalted, said, "I will inform them on your behalf." And so it was revealed. And do not think of those who have been killed in the way of God as dead. 169. And Yunus said from Ibn Ishaq, Asim ibn Umar ibn Qatada narrated to me from Abd al-Rahman ibn Jabir ibn Abdullah, from his father. I heard the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, say, whenever the companions of Uhud were mentioned, "By God, I would have loved to have been left with the companions at the foot of the mountain," meaning to have been killed with them. And Al-Layth said from Yazid ibn Abi Habib, from Abu al-Khair, from Uqbah ibn Amir, that the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, went out one day and prayed over the people of Uhud his prayer for the deceased. Then he turned to the pulpit and said, "I am your forerunner, and I am a witness over you." The narration was recorded by Al-Bukhari. And Al-Ataf ibn Khalid narrated, Abd al-Ala ibn Abdullah ibn Abi Farwa narrated to me from his father that the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, visited the graves of the martyrs at Uhud. And Abd al-Aziz ibn Imran ibn Musa narrated from Abad ibn Abi Salih, from his father, from Abu Hurairah, who said, the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, would come to the graves of the martyrs, And when he came to the pass in the mountain path, he would say, "Peace be upon you for what you patiently endured, and excellent is the final home." Abu Bakr would do this, then Umar after him, then Uthman. And Al-Waqidi mentioned a narration similar to this one in his Maghazi without a chain of transmission. And Abu Hassan al-Ziyadi said, "And in Shawwal on a Friday, Amr ibn Malik al-Ansari, one of Banu al-Najjar, died. The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, went out to Uhud and prayed over him in the place of the cemetery. He was the first for whom this was done." The expedition of Hamra al-Asad ibn Ishaq said, "On the morrow of the day of Uhud, that is, on the morning after the battle of Uhud, the announcer of the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, called the people to pursue the enemy, and his announcer proclaimed, 'None shall go out with us except one who was present with us on our day yesterday.' The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, went out only to intimidate the enemy, so that it might reach them that he had set out in their pursuit, and that they might think him to possess strength." And Ibn Lahia said, "Abu al-Aswad narrated to us from Urwa, who said, a man came, and the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, questioned him about Abu Sufyan. He said, 'I met them and heard them blaming one another. Some were saying to others, "You have accomplished nothing. You struck the elite and leaders of the people, then you left them and did not annihilate them, and there remain among them leaders who will gather men against you." So the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, commanded his companions, though they were afflicted with the severest of wounds, to pursue the enemy, so that they might hear of it. And he said, "None shall set out with me except one who witnessed the battle." Abd Allah ibn Ubay said, "Shall I ride with you?" He said, "No." So they responded to God and the Messenger, despite the affliction upon them. They set out, and the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, pursued them until he reached Hamra al-Asad. And Ibn Ishaq said, "Abdullah ibn Kharija ibn Zayd ibn Thabit narrated to me from Abu al-Sa'ib, the freedman of Aisha bint Uthman, that a man from the companions of the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, from Banu Abd al-Ashhal, said, 'I witnessed Uhud with the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, I and a brother of mine. We returned wounded.' When the announcer of the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, called for the departure in pursuit of the enemy, I said to my brother, and he said to me, 'Shall we miss an expedition with the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him? By God, we have no mount to ride, and neither of us is without injury.' So we went out with the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him. I was less wounded than he, so when he was overcome, I would carry him for a turn, and he would walk for a turn, until we reached where the Muslims had reached. The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, went out until he reached Hamra al-Asad, which is 8 miles from Medina. He remained there for 3 days, and then returned. And Hisham ibn Urwa said from his father, from Aisha, who said, 'O son of my sister, your 2 fathers, meaning Al-Zubayr and Abu Bakr, were among those who responded to God and the Messenger after the wound had afflicted them.' 372. He said, "When the idolaters departed from Uhud, and the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, and his companions had suffered what they had suffered, he feared they might return. So he said, 'Who will volunteer to pursue these people in their tracks, so that they may know that we have strength?' He said, so Abu Bakr and Al-Zubair volunteered with 70 men who went out in the tracks of the people. They heard about them, and they returned with grace from God and a bounty, no harm having touched them. 3:174. He said they did not encounter an enemy. Both Bukhari and Muslim recorded this, and Ibn Ishaq said, Abdullah ibn Abi Bakr ibn Hazm narrated to me that Mabad al-Khuzai passed by the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, while he was at Hamra al-Asad. And Khuza'ah, both its Muslims and its idolaters, were a source of sincere counsel for the Messenger of God. Peace and blessings be upon him, their loyalty was with him, and they concealed nothing from him that was there. And Mabad on that day was an idolater. He said, O Muhammad, by God, what has befallen you and your companions has grieved us, and we would have wished that God had kept you safe among them. Then he went out until he met Abu Sufyan and those with him at Al-Rawha, and they had resolved to return, saying, We struck the elite and leaders of Muhammad's companions, and then we return before we have exterminated them. Let us turn back upon their remnant, and let us finish them off. When Abu Sufyan saw Mabad, he asked, What is behind you? He said, Muhammad has set out in your pursuit with a host the like of which I have never seen. They are burning with rage against you, a burning rage. Those who had stayed behind from your day have gathered with him, and they regret what they did. There is in them a fury against you, the like of which I have never seen. He said, Woe to you! What are you saying? He said, By God, I do not think you will depart until you see the forelocks of the cavalry. He said, By God, we had resolved to make another charge upon them to exterminate their remnant. He said, I forbid you from that. By God, what I saw compelled me to compose verses about them. He asked, And what did you say? He said, My camel was nearly destroyed by the voices, when the earth flowed with swift, well-bred steeds, rushing forth with noble lions, not contemptible at the encounter, nor wavering and helpless. I continued running, thinking the earth was tilting, when they rose up with the leader not forsaken. I said, Woe to the son of Harb from meeting you, when the valley of Bathar overflows with the host. I have sworn an oath to the people of valour, of an open attack, for every one of them who has a purpose and is of sound mind. From the army of Aḥmad, not weaklings or contemptible, and what I have warned of is not described by mere words. He said, That turned Abu Sufyan and those with him back. And a caravan from Abd al-Qais passed by, and Abu Sufyan asked, Where are you heading? They said, To Medina to get provisions. He said, Will you convey a message for me to Muhammad, and I will load your camels here with raisins at Ukaz tomorrow when you meet him? They said, Yes. He said, When you come to Muhammad, inform him that we have resolved to return to his companions to exterminate them. When the caravan passed by the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, while he was at Hamra al-Asad, they informed him. He and the Muslims said, God is sufficient for us, and he is the best disposer of affairs. And so it was revealed. Those to whom the people said, Indeed, the people have gathered against you, so fear them. 3:173, the verses. And al-Baqai said, Ibn Ishaq said, and Abdullah ibn Ubay ibn Salul, as al-Zuhri narrated to me, had a stance he would take every Friday, which he did not abandon, out of a sense of his own honour and that of his people. When the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, would sit on Friday to deliver the sermon, he would stand and say, O people, this is the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him. in your midst. God has honored you with him and given you might through him. So support him, aid him, listen to him, and obey." Then he would sit. But when he did what he did on the day of Uhud, and the people returned, he stood to do as he used to do. The Muslims grabbed his clothes from all sides and said, "Sit down, O enemy of God. You are not worthy of that after you have done what you have done." He went out, striding over the necks of the people, saying, "By God, it is as if I have spoken blasphemy, that I stood up to strengthen his cause." Men from the Ansar met him at the door of the mosque and said, "What is the matter with you? Woe to you." He said, "I stood up to strengthen his cause, and men from his companions leaped upon me, pulling at me and rebuking me as if I had spoken blasphemy. They said, 'Woe to you, return, and the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, will seek forgiveness for you.' He said, 'By God, I do not wish for him to seek forgiveness for me.'" A point of interest. Al-Waqidi said, "Ibrahim ibn Ja'far narrated to us from his father, and Sa'id ibn Muḥammad ibn Abi Zayd narrated to us, saying, Yahya ibn Abd al-Aziz ibn Sa'id narrated to us. They said Suwaid ibn al-Samit had killed Ziyad. So al-Mujaddar ibn Ziyad killed him in retaliation, and this killing provoked the battle of Bu'ath. When the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, came to Medina, al-Mujaddar and al-Harith ibn Suwaid ibn al-Samit embraced Islam, and they both witnessed Badr. Al-Harith began to seek out al-Mujaddar to kill him in revenge for his father. When the day of Uhud came, he came up behind him and killed him. When the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, returned from Hamra al-Asad, Jibril came to him and informed him that he had killed al-Mujaddar. The messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, rode to Kuba, and al-Harith ibn Suwaid came to him in a saffron-dyed cloak. When he saw him, he called Uwaym ibn Sa'idah and said, "Strike the neck of al-Harith in retaliation for al-Mujaddar ibn Ziyad." He said, "By God, I did not kill him out of apostasy from Islam, but out of familial zeal, and I repent to God and will pay his blood money and fast and free a slave." He began to cling to the stirrup of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, until he had finished his words. The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said, "Bring him forward, O Uwaym, and strike his neck." So he struck his neck at the door of the mosque, and God knows best. Sisifansiyin. The 4th year of Hijrah. The expedition of Abu Salama to Qatan at its beginning. Al-Waqidi relates, tracing his sources to Salama ibn Abdullah ibn Umar ibn Abi Salama ibn Abdul Asad, and to others that they said Abu Salama was present at the Battle of Uhud, residing at that time among the clan of Umayyah ibn Zayd in Al-Aliyah, after having moved from Kuba. There he sustained a wound at Uhud and remained for a month tending to it. Then, with the sighting of the new moon of Muharram, the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, summoned him and said, "Embark upon this expedition, for I have appointed you its commander." And he fastened a standard for him, saying, "Journey forth until you reach the lands of the Banu Asad, and then fall upon them." With him were 150 men. They marched until they arrived at the nearest edge of Qatan, a spring of theirs, where they came upon a herd belonging to the Banu Asad. They descended upon it, taking 3 of their servants captive, while the rest managed to flee. Thereafter he returned to Medina, his absence from the city having spanned some 10 and odd nights. Umar ibn Uthman said, "Abd al-Malik ibn Ubayd related to me, saying, When Abu Salama entered Medina, his wound reopened, and he passed away with 3 days remaining of Jumada al-Akhira, the campaign of al-Raji. This event unfolded in the month of Safar of the 4th year, as chronicled by al-Waqidi, who also stated that al-Raji is situated 7 miles from Uthman. He related to me from Musa ibn Yaqub, from Abu al-Aswad, who said, "The messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, dispatched the companions of al-Raji as scouts toward Makkah, that they might bring him intelligence." Ibrahim ibn Sa'd relates from Ibn Shihab, who was informed by Umar ibn Asid ibn Jariyah al-Thaqafi, that Abu Hurairah said, "The messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, sent forth a party of 10 as scouts, appointing as their leader Asim ibn Thabit ibn Abi al-Aqlah al-Ansari. They set out, and when they reached al-Hadda, a place between Uthman and Makkah, their presence was reported to a clan of Hudhayl, known as the Banu Lihyan. A force of nearly 100 archers mobilized against them. They tracked their footprints until they discovered a place where they had eaten dates, and they remarked, "the date stones of Yathrib," and so continued to follow their trail. When Asim and his companions sensed their approach, they sought refuge upon a small, elevated plateau. The enemy surrounded them and called out, "Come down and surrender, and you have our solemn covenant and oath that we shall not kill any among you." But Asim declared, "As for myself, by God, I shall not descend under the protection of an idolater. O God, inform thy prophet of our state." And so they showered them with arrows, slaying Asim along with 7 of his companions. 3 men descended, trusting in the covenant and oath: Qubayb, Zayd ibn al-Dathina, and another. But once their captors had them in their power, they unstrung their bows and bound them with the bowstrings. The 3rd man cried out, "This is the first act of treachery. By God, I shall not accompany you, for in these men," meaning the slain, "I have an example to follow." They dragged him and struggled with him, but he refused to go with them, and so they killed him. They then departed with Qubayb and Zayd, continuing until they sold them in Makkah after the Battle of Badr. The sons of Al-Harith ibn Amir ibn Nawfal purchased Qubayb, for it was Qubayb who had slain Al-Harith on the day of Badr. Clarification: Al-Dimyati noted, this is an error. Qubayb ibn Adi al-Awsi did not witness Badr, nor did he kill Al-Harith ibn Amir. The one who did witness it and killed him was Qubayb ibn Asaf al-Khazraji. To return to the narrative, Qubayb remained a captive in their hands until they resolved to execute him. He requested from one of the daughters of Al-Harith a blade with which to prepare himself for death, and she lent it to him. While she was unawares, a young son of hers wandered until he came to Qubayb. She found the child sitting upon his thigh, the blade in Qubayb's hand. She was seized with a terror that Qubayb perceived, and so he asked, "Do you fear that I might kill him? I would never do such a thing." She would later say, "By God, I have never seen a captive better than Qubayb. By God, I once saw him, or found him, eating from a cluster of grapes while he was bound in iron, and at that time there was no fruit in all of Makkah." She used to say, "It was surely a provision that God had bestowed upon Qubayb." When they led him out from the sacred precinct to execute him in the unhallowed land, he said to them, "Allow me to offer 2 cycles of prayer." They permitted him, and he prayed 2 cycles. Then he spoke, saying, "By God, were it not that you might imagine my prayer was prolonged by a fear of death, I would have indeed prayed longer. O God, reckon their number, destroy them utterly, and leave not a single one of them remaining." And he recited, "And so I care not, as I am slain a Muslim, upon which side, for God's sake, I may fall. For this is in the very essence of God, and if he so wills, he shall bless the torn limbs of a dismembered form." Then Abu Sirwa Uqba ibn al-Harith stood and killed him. And it was Qubayb who established for every Muslim who is to be executed in captivity the tradition of offering prayer. And God answered the prayer of Asim on the day he was struck down. For the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, informed his companions of their fate on the very day they fell. And some men of Quraysh sent messengers to Asim ibn Thabit, seeking a part of his body by which he could be identified, for he had slain one of their great men on the day of Badr. But God sent over Asim a cloud-like swarm of hornets, which protected him from their messengers, and they were unable to cut anything from him. This was narrated by Al-Bukhari. Musa ibn Uqba, and more than one other scholar, said, "The messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, dispatch Asim ibn Thabit and his companions as scouts for him." They travelled through the Najdi highlands until they were at Al-Raji, and they recounted the story. Musa said, "And it is said that the companions of Al-Raji were 6 in number, among them Asim, Qubayb, Zayd ibn al-Dathina, Abdullah ibn Tariq, an ally of the Banu Zafar, Khalid ibn al-Bukayr al-Laythi, and Marthad ibn Abi Marthad al-Ghanawi, an ally of Hamza. And he related their tale. Yunus relates from Ibn Ishaq that Asim ibn Umar ibn Qatada told him, "A group of men from the tribes of Adal and Al-Qara came to the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, in Medina after the battle of Uhud, and said, 'Islam has taken root among our people, so send with us a number of your companions to instruct us in the faith and recite the Qur'an to us.' So the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, sent with them Qubayb ibn Adi. Ibn Ishaq said he sent 6 men with them, appointing Marthad ibn Abi Marthad al-Ghanawi as their leader, and he named them as Musa had." Ibn Ishaq continued, "So they set out with the men, and when they were at Al-Raji, a watering hole belonging to Hudayl in the region of the Hijaz, at the headwaters of Al-Hada, they were betrayed. Their guides cried out to Hudayl for help against them. The companions were startled in their camp only by the sight of men with drawn swords. They took up their own swords to fight, but the attackers said to them, "By God, we do not wish to kill you, but we seek to gain something from the people of Makkah through you. You have the covenant and oath of God that we will not kill you." As for Marthad, Asim, and Ibn al-Bukayr, they declared, "By God, we shall never accept a covenant or a pact from an idolater." They were then slain. Hudayl sought to take Asim's head to sell it to Sulafa bin Sa'd, who had vowed when her 2 sons were killed at Uhud, that if she ever got hold of Asim, she would drink wine from his skull. But the swarm of hornets protected him. They waited for it to depart, but God sent a flood through the valley which carried Asim's body away. And Asim had made a covenant with God that no idolater should ever touch him, nor would he ever touch an idolater, out of a sense of spiritual purity. They took Qubayb ibn al-Dathina and Abdullah ibn Tariq captive, and then proceeded with them to Makkah to sell them. When they were at Al-Zahran, Abdullah wrenched his hand free from his bonds, then seized his sword and moved away from the group. They pelted him with stones until they killed him, and his grave is in Al-Zahran. Al-Bakai relates from Ibn Ishaq, who said, "Yahya related to me from his father Abad ibn Abdullah ibn al-Zubayr, from Uqba ibn al-Harith, whom I heard say, "By God, it was not I who killed Qubayb, for I was too young for that. But Abu Maysara, a brother from the Banu Abd al-Dar, took a spear and placed it in my hand, then took hold of my hand with the spear in it, and then thrust it into him until he killed him." Then Ibn Ishaq mentioned that Qubayb recited, "The factions have gathered around me and incited their tribes, mustering every assembly. And each one of them displays a striving enmity against me, for I am in the bonds of one forsaken. They have gathered their sons and their women, and I am drawn near to a tall and forbidding trunk. To God I complain of my exile, and then my anguish, and what the factions have prepared for me at my place of death. So, O Lord of the throne, grant me patience for what they intend for me, for they have dismembered my flesh, and all hope has despaired. And that is in the very essence of God, and if he so wills, he shall bless the torn limbs of a dismembered form. They have given me the choice between disbelief and death, but death is far nobler. And my eyes have flowed with tears, but not from fear. It is not the dread of death that I possess, for I am surely to die, but my dread is of the blazing fire in a barren land. By God, I do not care, as I die a Muslim, upon which side is my fall in God's cause. And I shall not show the enemy any submission, nor any panic, for to God is my return." Yunus ibn Bukair and Ja'far ibn Aun related from Ibrahim ibn Ismail that Ja'far ibn Amr ibn Umayyah told him that his father had related from his grandfather, whom the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, had sent as a scout. He said, "I came to the wooden cross of Qubayb and climbed upon it, fearing the watchman. I untied him, and he fell to the ground. I then leaped down and moved a short distance away. Then I turned, but I did not see Qubayb. It was as if the earth had swallowed him." Ja'far ibn Aun added, "And no remains of Qubayb have been mentioned to this very hour." The expedition of Bir Ma'una ibn Ishaq said, "The messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, dispatched the companions of Bir Ma'una in the month of Safar, at the turn of 4 months after Uhud." Musa ibn Uqba said, "Al-Zuhri related to me from Abd al-Rahman ibn Abdullah ibn Ka'b ibn Malik and other men of knowledge, that Amir ibn Malik, who was called the player with the spears, came to the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, while he was still an idolater. The messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, presented Islam to him, but he declined to embrace it. Yet he offered a gift to the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace. The Prophet replied, I do not accept the gift of an idolater. So Amir said, Send with me whomever you wish of your messengers, for I will be their guarantor. And so he sent a party, among them Al-Mundhir ibn Amr al-Sa'idi, he who was known as the one who hastened to die, dispatching him as a scout to the people of Najd. Amir ibn al-Tufail heard of them, and he called upon the Banu Amir to rise against them, but they refused to obey him. So he called upon the Banu Sulaym, and they rallied to him. They slew the companions of Bir Ma'una, all except Amr ibn Umayyah al-Damri, whom Amir ibn al-Tufail released, and he returned to the messenger of God. May God bless him and grant him peace. Ibn Ishaq said, My father related to me from Al-Mughira ibn Abd al-Rahman ibn al-Harith ibn Hisham, and from Abdullah ibn Abi Bakr ibn Hazm and others, who said, Abu al-Bara, Amir ibn Malik ibn Ja'far, the player with the spears, came to the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, in Medina. He did not embrace Islam, yet he was not far from it. He said, O Muhammad, if you were to send with me some men from your companions to the people of Najd, to call them to your cause, I am hopeful that they will respond to you." The Prophet replied, "I fear for them from the people of Najd." Abu al-Bara said, "I am their guarantor." So he dispatched al-Mundhir ibn Amr with 40 men, among whom were al-Harith ibn al-Simma, Haram ibn Milhan, a brother of the Banu, Adi ibn al-Najjar, Urwa ibn Asma ibn al-Salt al-Sulami, Rafi' ibn Warqa al-Khuzai, and Amir ibn Fuhayra, the freedman of Abu Bakr, along with other men from among the finest of the Muslims. They journeyed until they encamped at Bir Ma'una, a place between the lands of the Banu Amir and the lava fields of the Banu Sulaim. From there they sent Haram ibn Milhan with a letter from the Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, to Amir ibn al-Tufail. He did not even look at the letter before he killed the man, and then he cried out for help from the Banu Sulaim, who answered his call and surrounded the companions. They fought them until they were all martyred, except for Kab ibn Zayd of the Banu al-Najjar, whom they left with a flicker of life, and he was carried wounded from among the slain. He lived until he was killed on the day of the trench. Amr ibn Umayyah and a man from the Ansar were with the party's grazing animals. Nothing informed them of the companions' fate but the birds circling over the camp. They said to one another, "By God, there is some grave matter concerning these birds." They went to see, and they found their people lying in their blood, and the horsemen who had struck them standing by. The Ansari said to Amr, "What do you think we should do?" He replied, "I think we should hasten to the Messenger of God. May God bless him and grant him peace, and inform him." But the Ansari said, "As for me, I could not bring myself to abandon a place where al-Mundhir ibn Amr was slain, nor would I be the one to carry such tidings to men." He fought until he was killed, and they captured Amr. When he informed them that he was from the tribe of Mudar, Amir ibn al-Tufail released him, cutting his forelock as a mark of manumission. When Amr was at Al-Karkara, 2 men from the Banu Amir approached and took rest in the same shade where he was. They had a covenant of protection from the Messenger of God. May God bless him and grant him peace, and a pledge of security, of which Amr was unaware. When they were asleep, he fell upon them and killed them. When he came to the Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, and informed him, the Prophet said, "You have slain 2 men for whom I must pay the blood-wit." Then the Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, said, "This is the work of Abu Bara. I was indeed wary and apprehensive of this." When this news reached Abu Bara, he was deeply aggrieved by Amir's violation of his pledge of protection. So Rabi'a, the son of Abu Bara, charged at Amir ibn al-Tufail and struck him in the thigh, wounding him gravely. He fell from his horse and cried, "This is the work of Abu Bara. If I die, my blood is for my uncle to avenge, and let no one else pursue it. But if I live, I shall see what I shall see." Musa ibn Uqba said, Ka'b ibn Zayd was carried wounded from among the slain, and was later killed on the day of the trench. Aḥmad ibn Salama said, Thabit informed us from Anas that some people came to the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, and said, "Send with us men to teach us the Qur'an and the Sunnah." So he sent to them 70 men from the Ansar, who were known as the reciters. Among them was my maternal uncle, Haram ibn Milhan. They would recite the Qur'an and study it together at night, and during the day they would bring water and place it in the mosque, and they would gather firewood to sell, and with the proceeds they would buy food for the people of the Sufa. The messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, sent them to these people, but they were ambushed and killed before they could reach their destination. The companions cried out, "O God, convey to our Prophet on our behalf that we have met you, and you are pleased with us, and we are pleased with you." He said, "And a man came upon my uncle from behind, and pierced him with a spear, running him through." Haram cried out, "I have triumphed by the Lord of the Kaaba." The messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, said to his companions, "Your brothers have been slain." And they said, "O God, convey to our Prophet on our behalf that we have met you, and you are pleased with us, and you are pleased with us." This was narrated by Muslim. Hammam and others said from Ishaq ibn Abdullah ibn Abi Talha that Anas related to him that the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, sent his maternal uncle Haram with 70 men, and they were slain on the day of Bir Ma'una. The leader of the idolaters was Amir ibn al-Tufail, who had come to the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, and said, "I offer you one of 3 choices. You shall have the people of the plains, and I shall have the people of the highlands. Or I shall be your successor after you. Or I shall invade you with 1,000 ash-coloured horses and 1,000 reddish-white mares from Ghatafan." He said, and he was struck by a plague boil in the house of a woman from a certain clan, and he cried, "A boil like the boil of a young camel in the house of a woman from the clan of so-and-so. Bring me my horse." He mounted it and died upon its back. Haram and 2 men with him, one of whom was lame, went forth. Haram said, "Stay close to me until I go to them. If they grant me security, you will be safe. If they kill me, you will return to your companions." So Haram went to them and said, "Will you grant me security that I may deliver to you the message of the messenger of God? May God bless him and grant him peace." He began to speak to them, but they gestured to a man who came upon him from behind and stabbed him. Hammam said, and I believe he said, "I have triumphed by the Lord of the Kaaba." He said, and all of them were killed except the lame man who was on the mountain top. Anas said, "A verse was revealed to us, which was later from among the abrogated. We have indeed met our Lord, and he is pleased with us, and has made us pleased with him." The messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, invoked curses for 70 mornings upon the tribes of Reel, Dhakwan, Banu Lihyan, and Usaya, who had disobeyed God and his messenger. This was narrated by Al-Bukhari, who stated for 30 mornings, and this is the correct version. A similar account was narrated by Qatada, Thabit, and others from Anas, with some of them shortening the tradition. In some versions, it is 70 mornings. Sulayman ibn al-Mughira relates from Thabit, who said, Anas wrote a document for his family, and said, "Bear witness, O assembly of reciters." It was as if I disliked this, and I said, "If only you had named them by their names and their fathers' names." He replied, "And what harm is there in my saying to you, O assembly of reciters? Shall I not tell you of your brothers whom we used to call in the time of the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, the reciters?" He said, and Anas mentioned 70 men of the Ansar, who, when night fell, would go to a teacher in Medina and spend the night studying. When morning came, those who had strength would gather firewood and fetch fresh water, and those who had means would procure a sheep and prepare it, and it would be hung by the chamber of the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace. When Qubayb was killed, the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, sent them forth, and among them was my maternal uncle Haram. They came upon a clan of the Banu Sulaim, and Haram said to their leader, "Let me be, for I will inform these people that we do not seek them, so that they will let us pass." He went to them and said this, but a man from their side met him with a spear and ran him through. He said, when Haram felt the touch of the spear in his body, he cried, "God is most great. I have triumphed by the Lord of the Kaaba." He said, they fell upon them, and not a single one was left to tell the tale. He said, "I never saw the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, grieve for anything as he grieved for them." Anas said, "I saw the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, every time he prayed the dawn prayer, raise his hands and supplicate against them." Some time after that, Abu Talha said, "Would you like to see the killer of Haram?" I replied, "What of him? May God do to him such and such." He said, "Do not do that, for he has embraced Islam." Abu Usama said, "Hisham related to us from his father, from Aisha, who said, Amir ibn Fuhayra was a young servant of Abdullah ibn al-Tufail ibn Sakhbara, Aisha's brother on her mother's side. Abu Bakr had a milch camel, and Amir would take it to pasture and bring it back, and in the morning he would set out early to them and then graze the flock, and none of the other shepherds would notice him. Then he left with them, taking turns riding the camel, until he arrived with them in Medina. Amir ibn Fuhayra was killed on the day of Bir Ma'una, and Amr ibn Umayyah was taken captive. Amir ibn al-Tufail asked him, "Who is this?" pointing to a slain man. He replied, "This is Amir ibn Fuhayra." Amir ibn al-Tufail said, "I saw him after he was killed, being raised up to the heavens, so that I was looking at the sky between him and the earth." And he related the rest of the tradition. This was narrated by Al-Bukhari. Ibn Ishaq said, Hassan ibn Thabit then recited verses inciting the sons of Abu al-Bara against Amir ibn al-Tufail. "O sons of al-Banin, did it not alarm you, you who are the foremost among the people of Najd, the mockery of Amir toward Abu Bara, seeking to dishonor his pledge? A mistake is not like a deliberate act. Will you not convey to Rabia, the man of great endeavors, what you have newly wrought in the course of events? Your father was the father of wars, Abu Bara, and your maternal uncle is the noble Hakam ibn Sa'd." The disagreement concerning the campaign against the Banu al-Nadir. This event has already been mentioned under the third year. Al-Zuhri held the view that it occurred before the Battle of Uhud, while more than one other scholar stated that it was after Uhud and after Bir Ma'una. Ismail ibn Abd al-Rahman informed us, saying, Al-Hasan ibn Ali ibn al-Husayn ibn al-Bun informed us, saying, my grandfather informed us, saying, Abu al-Qasim al-Masisi informed us, saying, Abd al-Rahman ibn Abi Nasr informed us, saying, Ali ibn Abi al-Aqb informed us, saying, Aḥmad ibn Ibrahim informed us, saying, Muḥammad ibn Aidh related to us, saying, Al-Walid ibn Muslim related to us, from Abdullah ibn Lahia, from Abu al-Aswad, from Urwa, who said, the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, went out with a group of his companions to the Banu al-Nadir to seek their help in paying the bloodwit for the 2 men of the Kilab tribe. The Banu al-Nadir, it was claimed, had secretly sent word to Quraysh when they encamped at Uhud for the battle against the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, and his companions, urging them to fight and showing them the vulnerable points. When the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, spoke to them about the blood-wit for the Kilabi men, they said, Sit, O Abu al-Qasim, until you have eaten and can return with what you need. Then he narrated the entire tradition which has been mentioned before. Al-Waqidi said, Ibrahim ibn Ja'far related to me from his father, who said, when the Banu al-Nadir departed, Amr ibn Suda came and circled their homes, seeing their desolation. He pondered this, then returned to the Banu Qurayza and found them in their synagogue. He blew upon their horn, and they gathered. Al-Zubayr ibn Bata said, O Abu Sa'id, where have you been all day? For he never used to leave the synagogue and was devoted to the Jewish faith. He replied, Today I have seen portents that have passed us by. I saw the homes of our brethren empty after all their might, resilience, eminent nobility, and brilliant intellect. They have left their wealth, and others have taken possession of it, and they have departed in utter humiliation. By the Torah, such a thing has never been inflicted upon a people for whom God has any purpose. Before this, he struck down Ibn al-Ashraf, the source of their power, in his own home while he was secure. He struck down Ibn Sunayna, their chief. He struck down the Banu Qaynuqa and exiled them, and they were the very core of the Jews, a people of great numbers, weaponry, and valour. He besieged them until not a single person among them dared to show his face, and then he took them captive. He was interceded with on their behalf and left them on the condition that he would expel them from Yathrib. O my people, you have seen what I have seen, so obey me and let us follow Muhammad. For by God you know well that he is a prophet. Ibn al-Hayyiban and Ibn Jawwas, the two most learned of the Jews, gave us tidings of him and of his cause. They came to us from Jerusalem, awaiting his arrival. They commanded us to follow him and to convey their greetings of peace to him. Then they both died upon their faith. The people fell silent. He repeated this statement and the like, warning them of war, captivity, and exile. Ibn Bata said to him, By the Torah I have read his description as it was revealed to Moses, not in the new interpretations we have devised. Ka'b ibn Asad asked him, What prevents you, O Abu Abd al-Rahman, from following him? He replied, You. Ka'b said, And why? By the Torah I have never stood between you and him. Al-Zubayr said, You are the guardian of our covenant and our pact, so if you follow him, we will follow him, and if you refuse, we will refuse. Then Amr ibn Suda turned to Ka'b and mentioned what they had discussed, until Ka'b said, I have nothing more to say on this matter than what I have already said. My soul does not desire to become a follower. Ibn Ishaq said, The campaign against the Banu al-Nadir was in Rabi al-Awwal of the 4th year. The Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, besieged them for 6 nights. The prohibition of wine was revealed around this time, and God knows best. The campaign against the Banu Lihyan ibn Ishaq said, The messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, set out in Jumada al-Ula, at the turn of 6 months after the treaty with the Banu Qurayza, against the Banu Lihyan, seeking retribution for the companions of al-Raji, Qubayb, and his companions. He made it seem as though he was heading towards Syria in order to take the tribe by surprise. Yunus relates from Ibn Ishaq, from Abdullah ibn Abi Bakr, ibn Muḥammad ibn Hazm and others, who said, When Qubayb and his companions were slain, the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, set out seeking to avenge their blood and to take the Banu Lihyan by surprise. He took the road to Syria, misleading the people into thinking he was not heading for the Banu Lihyan, until he reached their lands, and they are a clan of Hudhayl. He found that they had been warned and had fortified themselves on the mountain tops. The messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, said, If we were to descend to Usfan, Quraysh would think that we have come to Mecca. So the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, set out with 200 riders until he reached Uthman. Then he sent 2 horsemen who went as far as Qura al-Gamim and then returned to him. Abu Ayyash al-Zuraki mentioned that the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, offered the prayer of fear at Uthman. Some chroniclers of the campaigns have said that the campaign against the Banu Lihyan took place after the one against Qurayza, and God knows best. The campaign of Tariq ibn Ishaq said it took place in Jumada al-Ula of the 4th year, and it was a campaign against the clan of Kasafa from the Banu Tha'laba of Ghatafan. Muḥammad ibn Ismail, may God have mercy upon him, said, "It was after the campaign of Khaybar, because Abu Musa arrived after Khaybar, and he was present at this one." He also said, "Abu Huraira came and embraced Islam during the days of Khaybar." Ibn Ishaq said, "In this campaign, the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, journeyed until he reached Nakhl. There he encountered a gathering of Ghatafan. The 2 sides drew near to each other, but there was no battle. And the people feared one another, so much so that the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, led his companions in the prayer of fear. Then he departed with the people." Al-Waqidi said, "It was named Dhat al-Riqa because it was a mountain that had patches of red, black and white, and so it was called the place of patches." He said, "And the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, set out on the 10th day of Muharram at the turn of 47 months. He arrived at Sarar with 5 days remaining of Muharram, and Dhat al-Riqa is near al-Nukhail, between al-Sa'd and al-Shukra." Al-Waqidi said, "Al-Dahak ibn Uthman related to me from Ubayd Allah ibn Miqsam, from Jabir, and Hisham ibn Sa'd related to me from Zayd ibn Aslam, from Jabir, and also from Malik and others, from Wahb ibn Kaysan, from Jabir, who said, 'A man arrived with his wares and bought goods at the market of the Nabateans. They asked him, "From where are your wares?" He replied, "I have brought them from Najd, and I have seen the tribes of Anmar and Thalaba gathering forces against you, while I see you are heedless of them." The Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, was informed of his words. So he set out with 400 of his companions, some say 700, and he took the path through the narrow pass, then came to the valley of Al-Shukra. He stayed there for a day and sent out raiding parties. They returned to him by nightfall and informed him that they had not seen anyone, though they had come across recent tracks. Then the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, marched with his companions until he reached their settlements, but there was no one there, for they had fled to the mountains, from where they were watching the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace. And the people feared one another. It was on this occasion that the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, led his companions in the prayer of fear. Abd al-Malik ibn Hisham said, "It was called Dhat al-Riqa because they patched their banners there." He also said, "It is said that Dhat al-Riqa is a tree in that place." The apparent truth is that there were 2 separate campaigns. Shu'aib relates from al-Zuhri, who said, "Sinan ibn Abi Sinan al-Duali and Abu Salama related to me from Jabir that he went on a campaign with the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, toward Najd. When he was returning, he returned with him. The midday heat overtook him in a valley thick with thorny trees. The Prophet dismounted, and the people dispersed among the trees to seek shade. He himself was under a tree, and he hung his sword upon it. We had taken a brief nap when the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, called out to us. We answered him, and there with him was a Bedouin sitting. The messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, said, "This man drew my sword while I was sleeping. I awoke to find it unsheathed in his hand. He said, 'Who will protect you from me?' I replied, 'God.' He then sheathed the sword and sat down. The messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, did not punish him despite what he had done. This is agreed upon, and shama means to sheathe." Abu Awana said from Abu Bishr, the name of the Bedouin was Gawrath ibn al-Harith. Then Abu Bishr related from Sulayman ibn Qays from Jabir, who said, "The messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, fought the clan of Muharib Khasafa at Nakhl. They saw a moment of vulnerability among the Muslims, and a man from their side named Gawrath ibn al-Harith came and stood over the head of the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, with a drawn sword, and said, "Who will protect you from me?" He replied, "God." He said, and the sword fell from his hand. The messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, took it and said, "Who will protect you from me?" He replied, "Be the best of captors." The Prophet asked, "Will you bear witness that there is no God but God, and that I am the messenger of God?" He replied, "No, but I pledge to you that I will not fight you, nor will I be with a people who fight you." So he let him go free. He went to his companions and said, "I have come to you from the best of men." Then he mentioned the prayer of fear, and that the Prophet prayed 2 cycles with each group. This is a sound tradition, if God wills. Al-Bakai relates from Ibn Ishaq, who said, "Wahab ibn Kaysan related to me from Jabir ibn Abdullah, who said, I went out with the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, to the campaign of Dhat al-Riqa of Nakhl upon a weak camel of mine. When the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, was returning, the caravan began to move ahead, and I started to fall behind, until the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, caught up with me and said, 'What is the matter with you, O Jabir?' I replied, 'O messenger of God, this camel of mine has slowed me down.' He said, 'Make it kneel,' and he went on to narrate the story of the camel. The campaign of Badr al-Maw'id, the appointed Badr. Musa ibn Uqba relates from Ibn Shihab, and it is also related from Urwa that the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, called the Muslims to arms for the appointed meeting with Abu Sufyan at Badr. And he, may God bless him and grant him peace, was ever true to his word and faithful to his commitments. But Satan bore down upon his allies among men, and they went about among the people, instilling fear in them, saying, 'We have been informed that they have gathered for you a force as vast as the night, hoping to meet you and plunder you. So be wary, and do not go forth.' But God protected the Muslims from Satan's intimidation, and they responded to God and his messenger, setting out with their merchandise. They said, 'If we meet Abu Sufyan, then that is what we have come out for, and if we do not meet him, we shall sell our goods.' For Badr was a marketplace where a fair was held each year. They set out until they reached the season of Badr, and they fulfilled their needs there. But Abu Sufyan broke the appointment, and neither he nor his companions came forth. A man from the Banu Damra, with whom the Muslims had a pact, approached and said, 'By God, we had been told that not a single one of you remained. What brings you to the people of this market season?' The messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, intending for his words to reach his enemies from Quraysh, replied, "Our purpose here is our appointed meeting with Abu Sufyan and his companions, and to fight them. And if you wish, in addition to that, we can renounce our pact with you and your people, and then we shall battle you." The Damri man exclaimed, "God forbid!" They mentioned that Ibn al-Hammam came to Quraysh and said, "Here are Muḥammad and his companions, waiting for you for your appointed meeting." Abu Sufyan said, "By God, he has spoken the truth." So they mobilized and gathered wealth, strengthening anyone who was eager to go, and they did not accept from any of them less than an uqiyya of gold. Then he marched until he encamped at Majana, near Usfan, for as long as God willed him to stay. Then he consulted with his companions, and Abu Sufyan said, "What suits you best is a fertile year, in which you can graze on the acacia trees and drink of the milk." Then he returned to Makkah, and the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, turned back to Medina with grace from God and bounty. That campaign was called the Campaign of the Army of Sawiq, parched grain, and it was in Shaban of the 4th year. Al-Waqidi said, Badr al-Mawid, also known as Badr the Lesser, took place at the new moon of Dhu al-Qada, at the turn of 45 months from his emigration. Peace and blessings be upon him. And he set out with 1,500 of his companions, and he appointed Abd Allah ibn Rawaha as his deputy over Medina. The market season of Badr was when the Arabs would gather from the new moon of Dhu al-Qada until the 8th day. The Muslims remained there for 8 days and sold their merchandise, and for every dirham they earned another dirham in profit. Thus they returned with grace from God and bounty. The campaign of the trench, Musa ibn Uqba said, it was in Shawwal of the 4th year. Ibn Ishaq said, it was in Shawwal of the 5th year, and God knows best. The first view is strengthened by the statement of Ibn Umar that he was presented for military service on the day of Uhud when he was 14 years old, and the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, did not permit him. He was presented to him on the day of the trench when he was 15 years old, and he permitted him. However, this reinforcement is countered by what we shall mention under the 5th year, if God wills. In this year, Abd Allah, the son of Ruqayyah, the daughter of the Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, passed away. His father was Uthman, may God be pleased with him. He was 6 years old, and his father descended into his grave. And in this year, in Shaban, Al-Husayn ibn Ali, may God be pleased with them both, was born. In this year, Asim ibn Thabit ibn Abi al-Aqla and his companions were killed, as has been mentioned. Asim's kunya was Abu Sulaiman, and the name of his grandfather, Abu al-Aqla, was Qays ibn Isma of the Banu Amr ibn Auf. From his descendants is the poet Al-Ahwas ibn Abdullah ibn Muḥammad ibn Asim ibn Thabit. Asim was among the renowned archers. He stood firm on the day of Uhud and killed more than one man, and he witnessed the battle of Badata. Killed on the day of Bir Ma'una from among the companions were Amir ibn Fuhayra, the freedman of Al-Siddiq. He was among the leaders of the emigrants. From Quraysh, Al-Hakam ibn Kaysan al-Makhzumi and Nafi ibn Budail ibn Warqa al-Sahmi. Killed on that day from the Ansar was Al-Harith ibn Simmah ibn Amr ibn Atik ibn Amr ibn Mabdul Abu Sa'd. Muḥammad ibn Ibrahim al-Taymi relates that the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, established a bond of brotherhood between Al-Harith ibn al-Simmah and Suhaib. Al-Waqidi said, Al-Harith witnessed Uhud and stood firm with the Messenger of God. May God bless him and grant him peace, and pledged allegiance to him unto death. He killed Uthman ibn Abdullah ibn al-Mughira. From Al-Miswar ibn Rifa'ah it is related that Al-Harith set out with the Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, to Badr, but he broke his leg at Al-Rawha. So the Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, sent him back to Medina and allotted him his share of the spoils and his reward. Ibn Sa'd said he has descendants in Medina and Baghdad. Haram ibn Milhan. The name Milhan is Malik ibn Khalid, ibn Zayd, ibn Haram, ibn Jundub, ibn Amir, ibn Ghanm, ibn Adi, ibn al-Najjar. He witnessed Badr and was the brother of Sulaym. When he was stabbed on the day of Bir Ma'una, he said, I have triumphed by the Lord of the Kaaba. May God have mercy upon him and be pleased with him. Atiyah ibn Amr from the Banu Dinar. I have not seen this name in Ibn al-Athir's work on the companions. Al-Mundhir ibn Amr ibn Khunays ibn Haritha ibn Lawdan ibn Abd Wad as-Sa'idi, one of the leaders on the night of Al-Aqaba. He witnessed Badr and Uhud. Khunays is the one known as the one who hastened to die. Anas ibn Muawiyah ibn Anas, one of the Banu al-Najjar. Abu Shaykh ibn Thabit ibn al-Mundhir, and Sahl ibn Amir ibn Sa'd, both from the Banu al-Najjar. Mu'adh ibn Na'id al-Zurki, who witnessed Badr. Urwa ibn Salt al-Sulami, an ally of the Ansar. Malik ibn Thabit and his brother Sufyan, both from the Banu al-Nabit. These are the ones whose names have been preserved from among the 70 martyrs about whom it is soundly reported that the verse was revealed. Convey to our people on our behalf that we have met our Lord, and he is pleased with us, and has made us pleased, which was then abrogated. It is also said that they were 22 riders. Perhaps the narrator counted the riders, but not the foot soldiers. Ismail ibn Abi Amr informed us, saying, Ibn al-Bun informed us, saying, my grandfather informed us, saying, Ibn Abi al-Ala informed us, saying, Ibn Abi Nasr informed us, saying, Ibn Abi al-Aqb informed us, saying, Aḥmad ibn al-Busri informed us, saying, Muḥammad ibn Aidh related to us, saying, Hajwa ibn Mudrik al-Ghassani informed me from al-Hasan ibn Umara, from al-Hakam, from Miqsam, from Ibn Abbas, may God be pleased with them both, who said, Amir ibn Malik, the player with the spears, sent a message to the Messenger of God. May God bless him and grant him peace, saying, Send to me a group of your men to convey your message to me, and they shall be under my protection. So he sent to him Al-Mundhir ibn Amr, may God be pleased with him, with 22 riders. When they reached the outskirts of the lands of the Banu Amir, he sent 4 of his men to one of their watering places, or he said to some of their people. He said, An Amir ibn al-Tufail heard of this and came upon them, fought them, and killed them. He said, and the 4 men whom Al-Mundhir had sent returned. As they drew near, they saw vultures circling. They said, We see vultures circling, and we believe our companions have been killed. When they reached them, 2 of the men said, We shall not seek martyrdom after this day, and they fought until they were both killed. The other 2 men returned to the Messenger of God. May God bless him and grant him peace. On their way they met 2 men from the Banu Amir, and asked them who they were. They told them, so the 2 companions killed them and took what was with them. They came to the Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, and informed him of the fate of their companions and of the 2 Amiri men, and they brought him what they had taken from them. The Messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, recognized 2 garments that he had given them, and he said, they were under a covenant with us. So he paid their bloodwit to their people, the indemnity of 2 free Muslim men. Hassan, after the death of Amir ibn Malik, recited verses to incite his son Rabi'a. O sons of al-Banin, did it not alarm you? And he mentioned the verses. Rabi'a said, would Hassan be satisfied with a single thrust that I deliver to Amir? It was said, yes. So he charged at him and stabbed him, and he survived the wound. In this year, the mother of the believers, Zainab bint Khuzaimah ibn al-Harith ibn Abdullah ibn Amr ibn Abd Manaf ibn Hilal ibn Amir ibn Sa'sa al-Qaysiyah al-Hawaziniyah al-Amiriyah al-Hilaliyah, may God be pleased with her, passed away. She was called the mother of the poor for her benevolence toward them. She first married al-Tufail ibn al-Harith ibn al-Muttalib ibn Abd Manaf, may God be pleased with him. He then divorced her, and she married his brother Ubaydah ibn al-Harith, may God be pleased with him, who was martyred on the day of Badr. Then the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, married her in Ramadan of the 3rd year. According to the soundest account, she remained with him for 8 months. It is said that her death was at the end of Rabi al-Akhir. The Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, prayed over her and buried her in al-Baqi. She was about 30 years of age. In this year, the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, married Salama, the mother of the believers, Hind bint Abi Umayyah, whose name was Hudhaifa, or some say Suhail, and who was called Zad al-Rakib, the traveller's provision, the son of al-Mughira ibn Abd Allah ibn Umar ibn Makhzum of the Quraysh, from the clan of Makhzum. Before him she was married to the Prophet's cousin, Abu Salama, Abd Allah ibn Abd al-Asad ibn Hilal ibn Abd Allah ibn Umar ibn Makhzum. His mother was Bara bint Abd al-Muttalib. He had emigrated with her to Abyssinia, where she gave birth to his daughter Zainab, and she also bore him Salama, Umar, and Dura. He was the Prophet's foster brother, as both he and Hamza were nursed by Thuwayba, the freedwoman of Abu Lahab. It is said that he embraced Islam after 10 other people, and was the first to emigrate to Abyssinia, and then the first to emigrate to Medina. When he passed unto God, it was the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, who closed his eyes and then supplicated for him. He had been wounded at Uhud, and the wound later reopened, and he died from it in Jumada al-Akhira of the 4th year. When he passed away, the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, married her after her waiting period had ended in the month of Shawwal. She was among the most beautiful of women, and she was the last of his wives to pass away. Then, a few days after her, he married the daughter of his aunt al-Hakam, Zainab bint Jash ibn Riyab al-Asadi. Her name was Bara, and he named her Zainab. She and her siblings were among the emigrants, and their mother was Umaymah bint Abd al-Muttalib. It is she concerning whom this verse was revealed. Then, when Zayd had come to the end of his union with her, we gave her to you in marriage. 33:37. She used to take pride over the other wives of the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, saying, your families gave you in marriage, but God gave me in marriage from above the heavens. And it was in her connection that the verse of the hijab was revealed. He married her when she was 35 years of age. In this year the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, stoned the Jewish man and woman who had committed adultery. In this year the mother of Sa'd ibn Ubadah passed away, while the messenger of God, may God bless him and grant him peace, was away on one of his campaigns, and her son Sa'd was with him. Qatada relates from Sa'id ibn al-Musayyib that the Prophet, may God bless him and grant him peace, prayed over the grave of Sa'd's mother some months later, and God knows best.